Good evening. Good evening. I call to order the March 11, 2025 closed session meeting of the Hermosa Beach City Council at 5:01 p.m. Madam City Clerk, could we have roll call?
Councilmember Keegan.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Detoy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman.
Here.
Mayor Francois.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, do you have an announcement to make regarding the closed session?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I could do it in the closed session report, but item 4C will not be heard tonight. We'll only be discussing item 4B.
Okay. And I don't see anyone in the council chambers wishing to comment on the closed session agenda. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone for public comment?
If you are joining via Zoom, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. If you would like to provide public comment on the closed session agenda only, please dial *6 to unmute yourself and *9 to raise your virtual hand. And Mayor, I do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay, let's recess to closed session. I was giving a little opportunity for people to get in the room and sit down. Thank you all for coming. I call to order the open session of the February 2025 regular meeting of the Hermosa Beach City Council at 6:03 p.m. Would Hannah and her friend from Miracosta please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? You offered ahead of time, right?
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. What did you say? Okay. Madam City Clerk, could we have a roll call?
Councilmember Keegan,
Here.
Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Councilmember Detoy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman,
Here.
Mayor Francois.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, do we have any closed session report?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The City Council called this meeting to order at 5:01 in these chambers. There were no public comments on the closed session agenda. The City Council then reconvened into closed session pursuant to the items listed on the agenda. However, as noted, 4C was not discussed and continued to a later date, and no reportable action was taken. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements? Okay, I have one here. Well, with St. Patrick's Day just around the corner, it's time to gather friends and family for one of our community's favorite celebrations, the Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce 29th Annual St. Patrick's Day Parade. That's coming this Saturday, March 15th. Residents and visitors are invited to attend the parade and enjoy Hermosa Beach's favorite local live bands, businesses, and more. So the parade begins at 11 a.m. near City Hall, moving west on Pier Avenue down the hill and ending at Hermosa and 10th Street. Live music and a dance performance will be held at Pier Plaza from 1 until 4 p.m. And to accommodate the parade, Valley Drive, Pier Avenue, and Hermosa Avenue will be closed from 4 a.m. until 3 p.m. on Saturday. Plan accordingly and enjoy the festivities. For more details, please visit the Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce website. Thank you. And Madam City Clerk, next on our agenda.
Next, you have approval of agenda.
Okay, we have a request to pull. Which item is it, Madam, or Mr. City Attorney?
So there's no request to pull.
For us to continue.
I am recommending continuing to the next meeting, which is March 25th, item 17C, Mr. Mayor. But that is, of course, at the discretion of the City Council.
Right, 17C.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move to approve tonight's agenda with pushing 17C to March 25.
Would you accept the friendly amendment? I'd like to pull
That's a muni matter.
15I on the consent calendar to the agenda, and that's the Hermosa Beach camping regulating. It's on our consent calendars.
Sounds good.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, could we have a vote? I don't have it on my computer, so once again, I've noted that as soon as that happens, we just immediately go to a roll call, and we'll figure out what's going on with the computer later. So let's just go to a roll call then. Thank you.
Councilmember Keegan,
Yes, aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Detoy,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman,
Aye.
Mayor Francois.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, next on our agenda.
Next, we have item 11A, proclamation declaring March 2025 as Red Cross Month.
Okay, great. We have two items here. First is the Red Cross American Red Cross Month. Come on up. There we are. So March is American Red Cross Month, and we have a proclamation recognizing such a thing, and we have American Red Cross representative with us, along with two AmeriCosta Red Cross Club members. So would you like to say a
Yeah,
few words?
thank you very much. Honorable Mayor and council members, I'm Andrea Riley, and on behalf of the Long Beach Red Cross chapter, I want to thank the city for recognition of National March is Red Cross Month. We want to thank you for partnering with us, and that you know you can always call upon the Red Cross for support if something happens in Hermosa Beach. With the Pacific Palisades and Altadena fires, we sheltered overnight stays for over 20,000 people. We served over 170,000 meals and snacks. We distributed 3,200 cleanup kits and 199 other supplies. This year, we're including high school students from the Red Cross members, and I'd like to introduce from MiraCosta High School our club members, Hannah Wu, Vice President, and next to her is Jasmine Lee, President.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Hannah, and this is Jasmine, and we both serve as the Vice President and President of the MiraCosta High School Red Cross Club, and we are juniors. We also serve as the Disaster Preparedness Officer and the Blood Health Training Services Officer for the Long Beach South Bay Youth Executive E-Board. I want to start by saying that when I first joined the Red Cross, I was extremely timid and shy as a freshman. As someone who wanted to start and work in law in the future, I was extremely worried about joining an organization so centered around humanitarian aid. However, when I finally joined this club and the Red Cross as a whole, I learned so many things that helped me shape the person that I am today. Furthermore, the people and the mentors that I've met at this organization have taught me everything that I've learned today. Thank you.
When I started high school, I was also very shy and uncertain about what I wanted to achieve in the years ahead. However, my sister, who had been deeply involved with the Red Cross during her own high school years, she had always spoke about how meaningful and rewarding her experience was. And so inspired by her passion, I also joined the Red Cross Club in high school, and it turned out to be one of the best decisions I've ever made. And my journey with the Red Cross has been incredible because I've had the privilege to host hands-only CPR training events, teach earthquake safety to elementary students, and even provide first aid to participants during the Rose Parade. And these experiences have not only shaped me as a leader, but has also allowed me to make a tangible impact in our community. And I feel so honored to be part of an organization that empowers youth volunteers to step up and help others. And actually, one of the moments that stood out to me was walking the parade route at the Rose Parade and seeing people wave at us, thanking us for our service. In that moment, I truly felt the deep gratitude and appreciation that people have for the Red Cross and its missions. So being a Red Cross volunteer has given me so much more than I've ever expected, such as lifelong friends, unforgettable memories, and the chance to serve my community in meaningful ways. I'm incredibly grateful for this journey, and I look forward to continuing making a difference.
I'll tell you, that's really wonderful, and I'm honored to be the mayor to present this today. I have been a longtime Red Cross volunteer. I worked in the local South Bay chapter and also on national disasters nationwide. It has really been a wonderful experience. I got involved in leadership committees. A lot of what I learned and the skills I learned through that I've used today as being a council member and mayor, so it's truly wonderful. And so we have this proclamation, and without going through everything on it, because it's long-winded, I'll just try to sum it up. Whereas more than 140 years ago, the American Red Cross was established as a humanitarian organization. Whereas every year, American Red Cross responds to an average of more than 62,000 disasters across the country and responded in 2024 to 502 disasters in LA County, from small home fires to massive disasters. I know that in the South Bay region, we had about 300 a year, so we got a big region down here. That's practically one a day. It really is something to think that our volunteers are sent out on weekly assignments to respond to these, and many times in the middle of the night. And it's just really something what the Red Cross does. And those are little things we don't realize. We only hear about the big ones where the donations come in, but these little ones are so important. So Red Cross has had a long history of helping our neighbors in need. In response to LA wildfires, 18,000 overnight shelter stays were provided for 272 residents. 260,000 volunteer hours were recorded, and with the help of partners, over 15,000 meals and snacks were provided. And the Greater Long Beach and South Bay chapter served 493 clients, including 110 children in the past year alone, and helped save lives throughout our home fire campaign. So I, therefore, Dean Francois, Mayor of the Hermosa Beach, California, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize March 2025 as American Red Cross Month in the city of Hermosa Beach. At this special time, to recognize and thank the Red Cross volunteers and the donors who give their time and resources to help members of our community. Thank you so much. Look at that proclamation, huh? Gold-plated. Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, next on our agenda, Madam City Clerk, just to make sure I'm on cue here.
Item 11B, proclamation declaring March 2025 as Women's History Month.
Okay, so Women's History Month. Who do we have here for that? Do we have someone? Here we are. Come on up. Okay. All right. Here we are. So, you know, March is a lot of months, a lot of things going on in March here, but these are the two regular ones we do. So who's the leader of this clan here that can say something? Here we go, here we go.
I'm the leader, but today we're going to have Jenny talk,
Okay, Jenny, here you go.
Thank you.
because we're all leaders.
Hi, my name is Jenny Kurtachi, and I am a board member and the creative director for Hermosa Circle. For those of you who are not familiar with Hermosa Circle, it is an all-inclusive Women Plus in business and networking group. Our mission is to connect, empower, inspire, and collaborate, and to ignite our strengths and have fun doing it. We are honored and humbled to be accepting the Women's History Proclamation on behalf of Hermosa Circle, which is affiliated and incredibly supported by Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce, so thank you. December 2021, our group was born out of a need that our amazing and insightful president, Casey McCrossin, right here, noticed and brought to the attention of the Chamber. Since then, we've grown substantially and continue to create a space to support women in our community with authentic connections, building lasting relationships. We are grateful for all of you who have continued to believe in our mission. We truly are stronger together. We are excited to see what this year and the years to come bring for our community and Hermosa Circle.
Our next event, our next event is actually a community event, which means everyone is invited, and it's on March 29th from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock at Patrick Malloy's. We have a special speaker that is going to speak for us. Your very own Ray Jackson is going to be a speaker, as well as claps. Yes, yay! We're so excited to just share about the community and volunteering. The theme is actually LA Strong, and we want to continue the noise. We did such an amazing job as a community of volunteering. We are inviting Girl Talk, which is the center that has all of the donations, and she's continuously working hard, and a lot of the noise has gotten lower. So we want to continue to raise our voices to help give back to our community. So thank you. Look forward to seeing y'all there.
Anyone else want to say anything? Oh, sure, absolutely. So we're going to have a photo in a second. Before we do that, let me just explain that we have a proclamation here, and then we'll bring all the women down and have all the women employees, everyone get together here. So I'm going to try to abbreviate this. These proclamations get kind of long. Sorry. Whereas March 8, 2025 was International Women's Day, which has been observed since 1911 and is a global day celebrating the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. Whereas during Women's History Month, we honor the courageous women who have changed our community, our nation, and the world through their stories too often go untold. All of us stand on the shoulders of those snug and unsung trailblazers. And whereas women have influenced and advanced every facet of Hermosa Beach culture, from our city staff members, police officers, and business owners to our community leaders and organizations that continue to highlight the work and advancement of women within our community. Now, therefore, I, Dean Francois, Mayor of the City of Hermosa Beach, California, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby honor Women's History Month 2025 with a special recognition of the Hermosa Circle organization. We thank you very much. I'll get in the back.
What's that?
There we go. Oh. Beautiful. Oh.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Great. Beautiful. Well, I restarted it. We'll see if that fixes it. All right? Sure. Here, you can just take it.
Wait.
There we go. Okay, Madam City Clerk, next on our agenda.
Next, we have item 12, City Manager Report.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for joining us for tonight's City Council meeting. Ahead of tonight's parking discussion, a friendly reminder to residents that the sale of the 2025-26 residential parking permits was postponed to April 1st, 2025. This will allow the city to complete upgrades to its online platform for a better and more accessible user experience. The current 2024-2025 permits will remain valid through May 18th, 2025, with enforcement beginning on May 19th. Please visit the city's website for updates. Next, before I turn it over to the police department, I'd like to hand it over to our Public Works Director, Joe San Clemente, to provide updates on a few active and upcoming capital improvement projects, in addition to operations and maintenance activities. Although he must not have realized I was going to finish my report so quickly. So give me 1 second.
Yes.
May I ask City Manager?
He's socializing in the foyer.
It's all right. We'll wait for a second. Is that okay?
Well, he's not
Come
here.
on in, Joe.
Oh, Joe's coming in. Okay.
Good to catch you off guard there, Joe, huh?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Sorry for the 1-minute delay. I have a few updates that I'd like to share with you tonight. First, to start off, CIP 623, our peer structural investigations. As part of that ongoing work, as part of CIP 623, our structural engineering team will be performing sensor-based testing on our pier deck panels next week. This is going to be Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday evening. Work is scheduled overnight from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. outside of the normal user hours of the pier, as the testing requires full pier closure while they measure vibrations to analyze the structure and minimize impacts to the community while they do this work. The engineers are going to be working west of the gate, behind closed gates, behind the entrance of the pier, and we'll be utilizing headlamps, but any noise will be very minimal, if anything at all. And we don't expect any disruptions to area businesses while they do this important work. The testing will help supplement additional inspection work that was completed this past December to help further inform recommendations for necessary repairs to that structure. I'd like to also give an update on the annual paving project. So on our last meeting on February 25th, City Council awarded a construction contract for CIP 105 and 695 that will bring high priority roadway resurfacing on Pier Avenue, Parking Lot A, Valley Drive, and a number of other residential streets throughout the city. Last week, staff issued construction notifications by mail to all property owners and business owners and residents within 300 feet of Pier Avenue and Parking Lot A, as well as the school district and the Chamber of Commerce, to serve as really the initial construction notice of the upcoming project and to raise awareness of the dedicated project website that has now been launched and is going to be continually updated through the effort. That web link is on the screen, hermosabeach.gov/paving. In the letters that were issued to the property owners and businesses, we did note that construction activities along Pier Avenue could span up to 6 weeks. However, after speaking with several business owners this week, I understand that some of the concerns about the overall duration of the work, the time frame as we lead up to the busy spring season, so I wanted to provide some clarifications on the upcoming work. First, two-way traffic flow will remain in place for the duration of construction. The project will not close Pier Avenue during this work. Many might remember about a year ago or so when we paved Prospect Avenue in front of Hermosa View School, we managed to do this while school was open and work around drop-off and pickup. So we are working to minimize all disruptions to the greatest extent possible. While construction work may take up to 6 weeks on Pier Avenue, that's a conservative estimate. The contractor will spend about 5 weeks of that time to complete ancillary work such as land surveying, marking limits of work, minor concrete repairs, and similar activities, which will not significantly impact traffic flow or parking. All work will be performed during weekdays, avoiding evenings and weekends. The project is going to start with concrete work, replacement of one ADA ramp. There's some repair of bricks at various locations on the sidewalk, and some other minor concrete repair that has to precede the actual paving work. But that's not going to significantly impact traffic flow or parking while they do that spot work throughout the corridor. A majority of the work is grinding of the existing pavement in placement of the new pavement, which will take about a week to complete. The grinding of the pavement typically takes a few hours per location. Yes, the process is loud, but once it's complete, you can drive over it or park on it on the surface afterwards. We expect grinding to take about 2 to 3 days for Pier Avenue and about a day for Lot A. This is all going to be done in phases to minimize parking impacts as the contractor works through the corridor. The actual paving work itself takes a few hours per location and could be driven over shortly after the installation. We expect paving work will take about a day for Parking Lot A and 2 to 3 days on Pier Avenue. Once again, this work is going to be phased to minimize those impacts. Those with outdoor dining decks will need to have them removed in advance of the work, and staff is going to be working closely with them once the schedule is more defined to minimize the duration of the decks, how long they're going to need to be removed. And we are working with those on-street dining deck owners for the potential of having sidewalk dining during that time period to minimize impacts for their businesses. These temp sidewalk dining areas would be provided at no cost to them, given the disruption in the service that they're going to experience during the temporary removal. Staff is making every effort to minimize the impact to our local businesses while addressing what are urgent roadway repair needs, both in Lot A and Pier Avenue, as they're in poor condition. as we work to deliver a new roadway to our downtown before the busy spring and summer season. At this time, we believe construction activities on Pier Avenue and Lot A will begin in April, with completion in advance of the Memorial Day holiday. Additionally, we will not interrupt the annual sidewalk sale or the Lemonade Day events. Staff is meeting with the contractor next week to develop a more detailed schedule and phasing plan for the project, and will provide additional information as it becomes available. And we will continue to update the website, provide e-notifications. There will be direct contact with the dining deck owners, and additional construction notices provided throughout the whole process. We do encourage folks to reach out directly to our Public Works team with questions or concerns as we work through this. The last update that I'd like to give is our Hermosa Beach Library. This coming Monday on the 17th, LA County Library will begin construction of accessibility improvements at our Hermosa Beach Library. The work was made possible through grant funds that the county received, and is going to include accessibility upgrades to the interior public restroom and drinking fountains, and installation of new exterior automatic doors at the north and south side of the facility. The work's going to take about 3 to 4 months to complete, and the county anticipates that the library will remain open for the duration of the project, although there is a possibility of a 2 to 3 day closure of the library for certain activities. However, the county is working to avoid that and minimize any disruption to service for the community. The work will require 3 portable restrooms to be located on the south side of the facility during the work, and there will be 1 space occupied for the staging of equipment and to facilitate construction. We're working in close coordination with the county, and we'll continue to provide updates as they are available. I'm joined here tonight by Greg McQueen from the LA County Library, who's the Acting Assistant Director of Capital Projects and Facilities. He's also available here tonight if council has any questions about this particular project, but that concludes my comments for tonight.
Thank you. Are there any members of the body here have any questions for Mr. San Clemente? I have one question regarding the letters that went out to businesses, and there was some concern from business owners about why it's taking 6 weeks. I guess you clarified that it's not really going to take 6 weeks. That was an outside time frame. So are you sending an updated letter, or did they get information on where to go on the website to get an updated information so they'll have a better idea when those closures will be?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Mayor. So in the letter, they provided a link to the website. The website already has updated information, more detail on what the anticipated schedule and activities will be, and we will continue to populate that website with information as we have it available. But you're correct. We're not closing the road. The full construction activity may span 6 weeks, but it's incremental, and there's certain activities that are more impactful than others, but we're not looking at 6 weeks of active construction on the roadway. There are different activities that will be phased throughout the corridor to minimize the impact. So we'll continue to provide information on the website, and as we nail down the actual construction schedule, additional construction notifications will be handed out along the corridor.
Okay, so I assume that removing and putting back the dining decks is all part of that scenario. Does that interfere with the closing of streets or not?
So no streets will be closed. We will remain two-way traffic through the duration of construction. There will be lane closures, but we'll maintain two-way flow through the corridor. The dining decks, we will work directly with the 5 businesses that operate the 4 decks to provide clarity on the exact duration that they need to remove the deck and how long it needs to be removed for when they can put it back. We are trying to minimize that duration to the greatest extent possible, but also working with them on the possibility of putting in temporary sidewalk dining tables during the interim period to help accommodate that need during construction.
So through that whole duration, the lanes will remain open, or are there some point in times when the lanes will actually be closed?
So there's a point where we may, for example, shift two-way flow on one side of the median or the other, but you will be able to drive in 2 directions on Pier Avenue, and we'll work with businesses if they have individual needs for deliveries. These are all things that we're going to work out with the contractor and provide additional outreach to the businesses as we have more information on schedule and phasing.
Okay, thank you. And then Lot A will be done not at the same time, or will it be done at the same time?
That's correct. So they're going to do Pier Avenue first, and then they'll move into Lot A next. That's the second item in the project.
Okay, thank you very much. And welcome from the county library. Did you want to make a few comments about the what's happening in the library there?
Hi, thank you very much, Mayor. My name is Greg McQueen of LA County Public Library. This project really began in 2023, and it's taken us a while to get here, but these ADA improvements, these bathroom modernization is a very vital necessity for your library. I've been here when patrons have really not been able to get exactly their service they need just because of the doors being slightly smaller than they need to be. So we're hoping to make these improvements as soon as possible within the next 3 to 4 months.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions from my colleagues regarding that? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Madam City Clerk, I think we have Police Department.
Yes, we have Lieutenant Polstra here as a special treat to give the chief's update.
Good evening, Madam City Manager, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I am very pleased to introduce myself to you, Joe Polstra, Lieutenant with Hermosa Beach PD, and I'm even further pleased to give you a staffing report. While agencies all around us here in the South Bay and in LA County are experiencing a staffing crisis of between 18 to 20% deficit, we are not only fully staffed here in Hermosa Beach, but we actually have a waiting list of qualified candidates wanting to become police officers for this best little beach city. This isn't due to our working together with council, with the city manager's office, HR, give a big shout out to HR out there. We have created a culture, basically of development from within. And that's one of our huge successes that not a lot of agencies around us are doing, where we bring up those who start as parking enforcement officers, jailers, front desk people, staff in all various positions throughout the city, and we give them a shot at doing the ultimate dream for them as becoming a police officer. And it's been a really good strategy, and developing our employees and appreciating them from day one when we bring them on has resulted in this culture where it's unseen like any other. And right now, the chief and I are asked to go to other agencies around us and give presentations on this very topic. So it's exciting, it's cutting edge, and we really are fortunate to be in the best little beach city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from my colleagues? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, since we don't often hear from Lieutenant Polstra, I just wanted to give a shout out. He is, we guard him with our life because we don't want anyone else to steal him. He is really at the core of our recruitment strategy, recruitment and retention strategy. Thank you, Joe, and to the entire police department team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have our public comment section. And we do have, it appears to be quite a few people that are going to speak tonight on non-agenda items. So I just want to remind you that try to keep your comments to city business only. If someone else already stated the same thing, it doesn't hurt to just say you agree or have those similar concerns. And we're going to try to be a little more strict than normal. It's only 2 minutes per person. So when the 2 minutes come, I'm going to be pretty strict about notifying you 2 minutes are up, and you really need to then sum things up so we can move on to our other speakers, because once we have progressed beyond 30 minutes, then we move everything to the end of the meeting, and I don't think anyone wants to have to wait around till then. So, having said that, Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment cards listed?
Hi, Mayor. Yes, we do. The first speaker is Sarah Harper, and each speaker is limited to 2 minutes.
Thank you.
We can move on to Chad, and we can circle back with Sarah if she comes back in the room. Chad Kroger, your 2 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
What up, council? We just got back from Vegas, and yeah, thanks to my college buddy, DJ Milkman, who's now a retired DJ and now works in venture capital, we got to kick it with none other than Kygo. We're buds now. He gave us a sneak peek at his new beach club, the the Palm Tree Beach Club opening this summer, and we got to have like a little private soiree, and it was the best day party of our lives. The thing I respected most about Kygo is his respect for palm trees and his dedication for palm trees. And I realized I can never be bummed if I'm around palm trees. Palm trees symbolize the good life. They're tall, majestic, and part of the In-N-Out logo. It's so nice that we get to be around them every day. For now. Angelinos, palm trees are going extinct. They're under
Madam
threat.
City Clerk, could you pause the clock for a moment? I just want to remind speakers to try to keep your comments to city business only so that we can move this meeting along. And your time has been returned. You have now 1 minute and 3 seconds. Thank you.
Thanks, dude. Palm trees are going extinct. They're under threat from disease, wildfires, and nutritional deficiencies, and we need to do our part to start a movement protecting LA's most precious feature. If we don't, we could become a city devoid of stoke, like San Francisco, which is why I'm proposing May as Palm Tree Awareness Month. Together, not only can we have a great session in Vegas with Kygo at his new beach club, but we can also do our part to protect LA's favorite tree. Viva la palm tree. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, who's next on our list here?
Sarah Harper, you.
Okay, Sarah Harper. And now the audience can see who's in line, so when this person is finished, it would help for the next person to step right up so we can move the meeting along. Thank you very much.
All right, good evening, Mayor, City Council, residents of Hermosa Beach. I'm here to make announcements about upcoming library programs. So tomorrow, on Wednesday, March 12th, at 3 p.m., we'll have our Women's History Month program on Mae Jemison. Join us to celebrate Women's History Month as we learn about Mae Jemison, the first African-American woman in space. We will learn about her life and decorate a spaceship photo frame for ages 5 to 12. And then next Wednesday, March 19th, we have Teresa Smith's dance show. Travel the world and learn about a variety of dances with Teresa Smith and try on native costumes. And on Saturday, March 22nd, we are bringing back our Rainbow Parenting and Family programs with a fairy adventure. That's on at 10:30 a.m. A fairy will take us on an enchanting fairy experience in this one-woman show filled with stories of fairyland, songs, dancing, and magic. Feel free to wear your favorite fairy or superhero costume. Let the magic begin, especially for ages 2 to 5 with their parents or caregivers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. J.T. Parr?
What up, Council? My name is JT Parr, and I'm also here to talk about palm trees. As my dog Chad said, they are going extinct, and people are okay with it because they demand a lot of water and they provide little shade. Good points, but myopic. If you've ever seen a Tupac music video, you know how essential palm trees are to the California vibe. A lot of people in this city and on this council don't give a hoot about the vibe. I was at Coachella when they did the Tupac hologram. It was so sick. Probably the best day of my life. That is why, Council, I am proposing that we replace all of our lost palm trees with 70-foot tall holograms of Tupac. It would be an incredible LA-specific visual, and it would be good for the environment. Thank you, and California love.
Thank you very much. Anna Young?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name
Could
is
you
Anna.
move up to the closer to the microphone? Thank you. We want to make sure everyone can hear you.
My name is Anna Zhang. I live next door to a proposed project at 3550.
We live at 3422 Hermosa Avenue.
This is Brian Zhang, right? And we've lived there for 37 years. And there's a proposed, and the height limit of buildings are 30 feet. They have been then when we moved in 37 years ago, and still they are today 30 feet. There's a 30-foot limit, and there's a proposed project going on next to us to the south side of our house. It's supposedly approved at 50 feet and a half.
Which is twice as tall as our house. And it's going to totally block the sun to our house in the winter and probably a lot of it in the summer. We have a backyard with trees, flowers, hummingbirds, doves, and with this lack of sun, we're going to end up with a bunch of mold, mildew, and probably the same in the house, because 50 feet is like a skyscraper compared to the rest of the houses in the neighborhood. So we would appreciate it if the city council or planning commission could do something to have this building look more like the rest of the neighborhood. That's it.
We would like to live there the rest of our lives, maybe 10 more years or hopefully more, but this is going to impact our safety and our mental health. It's going to upset us very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you both for coming up here. Next, we have Carla Burke.
My name is Carla Buck, and I'm here representing the large group involved with Bark for a Park. I'm here to request the City Council begin the process needed to get a quality off-leash dog park in Hermosa Beach. I think the city does a great job in creating spaces and programming for its various constituents. For the 500 to 600 kids every year that do Little League, we have this wonderful Clark Field with this great skateboarding park where about 11 people a day participate. If you did our 2 pickleball courts and 100% occupancy, it's about 200 people a week. Yet we are about 3,000 dogs in Hermosa Beach and we don't have a dog park. And I'm not saying that all these dogs would use the dog park, but in a city where many people have little or no yards, we have so many dogs that just want to run. They want to run after each other, want to catch balls, and we have owners that want to connect, exchange ideas, and build community. And what a great ad to have a place for them to do that. We have amazing support for this effort. In our audience tonight, we have a few. And outside of this room, we have over 820 signatures so far, and more to come. So it's easy to ask for a dog park, but our group has been working tirelessly to research what it would take to get there. I emailed the council and the city officials today with our business plan based on best practices, research in our community, and from around the country. We've identified 9 locations for a park, but 3 of which we think are really excellent potential. We've developed cost estimates, ideas for fundraising, maintenance, how to control poop, liability, our operations, much more. Thank you in advance for voting to begin this effort, and as you do, know that you have a public group that hopes to be a positive, active resource. Creating a quality off-leash dog in Hermosa will be a wonderful gem that will add to the value of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nick Wilson. Nick Wilson? After Nick Wilson, we have Jennifer Kennedy and Julie Henderson.
All right, got to put my phone here since you guys keep editing and changing my statements that I keep making. You terminated Jonathan Cruz for failing to comply with your COVID vaccine policy, and after denying his religious exemption by stating that he didn't hold a sincerely held religious belief, you denied his appeal and his due process because the city deemed that Mr. Cruz wasn't terminated, rather he was, quote, voluntarily. You stated that he voluntarily forfeited his employment with the city, which is not true. You fired him. To add insult to injury, this city sent Mr. Cruz's attorney an email to convey an offer to Mr. Cruz that the city would waive $6,500 in attorney fees in exchange for Mr. Cruz dismissing and dropping his current case against the city. This is a U.S. Marine we're talking about, and that sounds like bribery to me. The position from this city is that there's been no impact on employee retention in regards to the COVID-19 policy. That's a lie. Wayne Lewis, Mike Freelo, Bob Higgins were all forced to retire, and Jonathan Cruz was fired. The city and this department has a history of scandals and corruption. The current captain, who lied on his background packet to get hired, has a history of narcotics and criminal activity. Nothing happened to him. He was promoted. When an officer smuggled steroids across the border, no one was fired. When investigators recovered stolen vehicles when working on a task force and didn't notify the victims and then purchased them from City Yard at a low cost, turned around and sold them for a profit to other officers, including the current captain, nothing happened. When a dirty officer sold narcotics on duty, started dating a domestic violence suspect 2 days after he arrested her, and while on duty as the watch commander met with a convicted felon and sex trafficker at City Yard, nothing happened. Yet Jonathan Cruz, a United States Marine, refused...
Excuse me, your 2 minutes are up. Please wrap it up. Thank you.
You're running a racket.
Thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Kennedy.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name's Jennifer Kennedy. I'm a freedom lawyer, and I fight for employees just like Jonathan Cruz, affected by these stupid and cruel COVID shot mandates. I'm here to remind you all and the public that this body should be forever ashamed and embarrassed for your stupid and cruel mandate, which affected employees like Jonathan, those of you who enacted it, and those of you who kept it in place all this time until just last meeting. Yes, in 2025. You guys still had a COVID vaccination mandate up literally years after the entire country abandoned these mandates. And in the pathetic little report by which you made this vax mandate disappear on a consent calendar vote, no less, it says there was no fiscal impact from repealing this mandate. Well, I'll tell you where the fiscal impact comes. It comes later in litigation. And I want to tell you about how juries across the nation feel about these COVID mandates that terminated religious employees who sought accommodation from the mandate. Number one, just yesterday, an LA County Superior Court awarded $912,000 to a single LA County employee who had sought religious accommodation. The BART employees against San Francisco a couple of months ago, $8 million awarded to 6 employees who asked for religious accommodation, just like Jonathan Cruz. A couple of months back before that, $12.69 million against Blue Cross in Michigan, and before that last summer, $700,000 against Blue Cross in Tennessee. Juries hate these mandates. They hate what you've done to innocent and dedicated workers, and they are willing to put a price tag on it. The public needs to know where the city's money is going to go in litigation, and you need to be very aware that COVID may have moved on, but our memories have not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Julie Henderson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Francois and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here today as a volunteer with the Beach Cities Health District to share my experience volunteering with their older adult programs. So another happy volunteer story for you real quickly. And I'm also here to spread awareness of their programs. In short, I absolutely love volunteering with Beach Cities Health District. I've been a volunteer for 8 years now, and it's one of the highlights of my week. I'm currently an errand volunteer, and I've become good friends with my volunteer client. She regularly expresses her gratitude, and I'm reminded each week of how much this program impacts the lives of those that it serves. Everyone I've worked with in these programs have been incredibly kind and supportive. The staff at the Beach Cities Health District has also been wonderful, and they deserve special mention. They've created a supportive and welcoming environment for their volunteers. The process is smooth and well organized. I always know who to contact if I have a question or concern, and they provide regular support meetings, social events, and recognition of our efforts. Just this year, I was honored with a Core Value Award, and receiving that recognition made me feel incredibly appreciated. I have actually volunteered with older adult programs in other cities, And in my experience, the BCHD is very special. The availability of the programs, the level of care, and the commitment to volunteer support is unlike anything I've encountered anywhere else. And in my opinion, this program adds tremendous value to our community and everyone involved. Volunteering with Beach Cities has not only been fulfilling, but it's also helped me feel more positive about aging, especially in this community. Knowing there's a strong support system here makes me feel safer and more confident about the future. If anyone is interested in learning more about how to utilize these programs or how to volunteer, I encourage you to visit their website, which is bchd.org, and I truly hope these programs continue so everyone here can utilize them, including myself. Thank you very much for your time, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Frank Kulis. Hi, Frank.
My name is Frank Lucy. I'm here to talk about the same property that the very nice couple, the Jungs, talked about earlier, 3415 Palm Drive. The better address for this property should be Hermosa Avenue, as it sits between Hermosa and Palm. The front is on Hermosa, the back is on Palm. This is the fourth property south from the corner of 35th Street and Hermosa Avenue, arguably one of the top 2 or 3 locations in Hermosa Beach. I believe that the construction of this property will have a material adverse effect on all the neighbors, as well as the property values, as well as the look and feel, as well as Hermosa Beach possibly as a whole. But you're going to hear a lot about that from the other participants here who are going to be speaking to you. I see their names on the board, some of the neighbors that are distraught over this. The proposed development is because of the builder remedy. The builder remedy here, I believe, was exercised because the city was locked in a Mexican standoff with this particular person, possibly, because I know they have 4 units, and you cannot, due to state law, reduce number of units, and yet your zoning laws do not allow for construction of 4 units on a property that size. So because of these archaic rules, this happens. So my request here from the council to deal with something that's important to all of us is that you continue the meeting that's next week that doesn't give much time for anybody. You continue it into the future, and you engage in a negotiation with the owner of this property to see what can be constructed that's closer to what the original zoning laws are, but allows for them to meet the state laws and still have not be subject to the reduction of density that would prohibit them from moving forward with you guys or with the Coastal Commission or with the state. I'm sure you'll hear much more than that. I wish I had more time. I wish you'll hear much more than that from the other participants here.
Thank you very much. Rory Barish.
I'm here to oppose the 50-foot-high project at 3415 Palm, AKA 3415 to 18 Hermosa. How can this structure, this tall, ever be allowed here? It would be bad enough if locals did this, but part-time residents from another country who use this now primarily for themselves. They are taking advantage of the builder's remedy law, using the density bonus incentive in a multifamily dwelling to defy ordinances such as zoning, height restrictions, etc., in building this project. But will they provide a majority of the units to the public for much-needed housing, which is what the density bonus was intended for? Or will it be primarily for themselves? Are there requirements for how many units must be offered to the public? The city dropped the ball on this and made an egregious mistake. They can redeem themselves by opposing this with Coastal Commission. They can make a strong argument that this would ruin the aesthetics of the neighborhood and cause health and safety concerns. The Coastal Commission's mission is to preserve and not to destroy aesthetics. The neighbors directly to the north, you just heard them speak, the Youngs, will be robbed of sunlight, and being in shade is not good for their mental or physical health. Parking in the alley is very tight now, hard to maneuver, but added cars, guests, that would definitely cause safety issues. I do believe in responsible development, and I respect they want to tear down an old building in complete disrepair and build something better, and they should, but they should also adhere to the height limit and present building requirements like everyone else. Density bonuses that defy height restrictions usually apply to large-scale developments in commercial areas, that go hand in hand with units with affordable housing. That's not existing here. This is a flagrant disregard for the beach community.
Thank you very much. Sally Harris. After Sally Harris, we have Trent Larson, Elko Warner. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Sally Harris. I live on the Strand right across the street from this project that Rory was talking about. The last time I was here, I had an unsuccessful visit regarding your parking pass rules. Now I'm back for a second time opposing this building, not only because of the parking. You know that there will be 5 apartments. They'll be so expensive that there will be multiple people living in these apartments, and for each apartment, a requirement of 2 or 3 parking spaces, which will take the parking away from us. Not only that, but the height of this building is humongous and will be a huge detriment for the little old town that we're all used to, which is Hermosa Beach. So please take that into consideration and talk to the Planning Commission about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trent Larson.
Hello, City Council. First of all, it's great to hear that the police is fully staffed, and that is largely due to City Manager Suja, who hired Police Chief Paul. And those two working together, people want to work for Hermosa, and that's a great thing, okay? Also, thank you so much for lowering the price on the Clark Building rentals. I opened up the PDF, I saw, and the rent was too damn high, but now it's not. And thank you very much. I really think that's great for the community. I'd also like to talk about International Women's Day. As somebody who loves women, my favorite woman in civic politics that I learned the most from was Ayn Rand. I read all of her books. I don't know many people who could say that. But taught me a lot, taught me a tremendous amount. Reason and logic. You know, she developed objectivism, which leads me to why I talk to you guys so much about visible, usable betterment, which leads me to the other night we passed the homeless trust fund money. We now have trust fund money for homeless, and we think that's going to reduce the homeless. It's because we do not pay attention to human nature. This is humans making mistakes in ways that they can't seem to understand that it's going to continue. So I would say that that is something we need to think about. And lastly, St. Patrick's Day Parade is coming up this weekend. Looking forward to that. So it's a great tradition here in Hermosa for the locals. Also, you had a filling machine for Bonnie Bray to fill the cracks. And I mean, it fills the cracks, but when there's a lot of cracks, it just kind of, you know. But thank you for trying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Todd. Todd is next. After Todd's Elka Warner, Josh, Frank Angel.
Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been a resident of Hermosa Beach for 28 years. In 1994, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. That is a progressive, incurable neurological condition. In 2012, I started renting out my second bedroom as a means to help me manage my mortgage and finances on Airbnb. I've done it since then continuously with no complaints. People come out from all over the world, in fact, for things such as studying or training with Hermosa Beach volleyball coaches, and to visit grandchildren, to visit friends, and also do some sightseeing. I am a font of information with regards to recommendations for places to go in Hermosa Beach. I live right around the corner from Bolt and from Uncle Stavros and Mickey's and Proudly Serving. I enjoy it a great deal, and I would simply ask that the Hermosa Beach City Council seriously reconsider why someone like myself, who provides parking, so I'm not taking parking away from anybody, and have a short-term rental ban for what is an owner-occupied personal property situation, as opposed to renting out my entire house. I'm there, I monitor everyone who comes in, and so there seems to be no logical reason that that should not be exempted from the short-term rental ban, as they do in Santa Monica and many other cities on the coast in California. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Elka Warner.
Good evening, everyone. I'm also here to talk about this apartment project. I know many of the neighbors, but I'm here to speak to you as a resident. And for decades, the residential height limit in Hermosa Beach has been 30 feet. Next Tuesday, the Planning Commission will consider a proposal for the first 50-foot development in the city's history. The proposed 5-story complex on Palm Drive in North Hermosa would be 20 feet taller than any other building in the city. Sadly, there may be little we can do about it. Because of a provision in the state's housing law, a developer can ignore local zoning and planning rules. It's called builder's remedy and allows developers extraordinary leeway if the city has not received state certification for its housing element. It's really important to pay attention to this planning process because we're already one of the most densely populated cities in the state. If approved, this project would set a precedent and dramatically change our cities in ways we can't control. Maybe it's time for Hermosa to take a stand so we can have a say in our city's future.
Thank you. Next up is Josh. Good
I'm
evening.
here tonight to ask one simple question. Why is the city of Hermosa Beach breaking its own laws to allow illegal construction, proposed use at 210 Pacific Coast Highway? For nearly a month, I've asked community development staff basic questions about why this project violates city zoning laws, ignores required setbacks, and was even built at least 1 foot over the property lines. There are clear rules in our municipal code, like requiring an 8-foot setback from a residential property and a 5-foot planter strip with trees. This one doesn't have any. There's a legal requirement for a proper review before changing this use of this property. That didn't happen. There's a binding recorded restricted covenant tied to an approved price plan that limits what can be done on this property with this existing building, and it's only for a body fender shop. It's being ignored. And last week, when I could not get definitive answers from community development staff, I asked for answers from Suja Lowenthal, our city manager, who told me that the city doesn't have the bandwidth to respond to all my questions about this project. Let me be clear, Suja, it's your job to respond to the concerns of the Hermosa Beach residents. If this project was approved legally, you should be able to provide clear and concise responses and backup documentation by merely opening the project file. Instead, you and your community development staff dodge, deflect, and refuse to answer. So I'll ask you here in the front of public, who decided the city rules don't apply? Who benefits from allowing illegal construction while the city looks the other way? Ms. Lowenthal, if you can't explain why this project is moving forward in violation of the recorded restrictive covenant precise plan that runs with this property and the city's own municipal code and planning commission resolutions, then you're either grossly incompetent or covering up something. The people of Hermosa Beach deserve answers, accountability, transparency, and a city manager who works for the public, not for developers. If you refuse to do your job, maybe it's time for someone else to do it for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Frank Angel.
Is item 17C pulled, or is that going forward?
Yes, we pulled that item and tabled it for future agenda.
Part of it was intended for that, but in any event, Frank Angel, on behalf of Todd Kerner and all other victims of your code enforcement police serial spree of citing and slapping the good people of Hermosa Beach with fines for exercising their fundamental right to rent their homes, a right that is the foundation of another right, guaranteed by state law, the Coastal Act, to non-residents for access to Hermosa Beach's coastal zone for a vacation by the beach, and not to be forced to leave town by sundown or, well, by bedtime. You made a crime of the right to lease. Just last year, a majority of you voted to hike fines to levels unseen anywhere else in California. An unmistakable wink to code enforcement, quote, to do what we need to do to stop it, as you put it so clearly, Councilmember Seaman, last year. If the idea was to use this racket to raise revenue, the revenue raised pales in comparison to the TOT and sales tax revenue your STR ban loses you. Manhattan Beach found out the hard way after listening for too long to their city attorney, selling them on the hoax that their local police power somehow allowed them to enforce a categorical ban throughout all zones of the coastal zone, all residential zones of the coastal zone, without working with the Coastal Commission and securing their approval. To now tinker at the edges of your unlawful ban and exempt single-room homestays is a good start, but it won't cut it. Repeal the ban, or you can replace it with a reasonable regulatory scheme that won't be dead on arrival at the Coastal Commission. After code enforcement went totally rogue by going after a long-term resident with no complaint from neighbors, I knew that fighting citation after citation won't stop city officials gathered here. Folks who feel unbound by rules of law they don't like must face their reckoning in court, in a court of law, and that's why we filed a lawsuit on Friday, and it was served on the city yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anna? After Anna is Nancy, and then Jim, and then Rob Perez.
Mayor Francois, after Anna, we will have exceeded our 30-minute cap for this public comment section.
Mr. Mayor, knowing it's a shorter meeting agenda, I would like to seek support to let the last three people speak.
Okay. Without objection, we're going to continue with the last three speakers before we move on in the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, so hello, City Council members. I'm Anna Simonenko. I live on 832 3rd Street in Hermosa Beach. My house and few other houses are actually affected by the construction that was mentioned earlier, project at 210 PCH. And the main issue here that this project is being built in violation of residential next to commercial municipal code that has a requirement of 8 feet setback. We have 0 setback, and obviously without setback, right, we can assume that our quality of life will be greatly affected, so is our property values. So we believe it's reasonable at this stage to ask to pause the construction and to actually review the plans to make sure that the law is not being violated, right? So that's it. Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you. Nancy?
Hi, thank you for extending the time. We appreciate it. I'm also here to talk about we're starting to call it the Tower of Babel, the 50-foot tall unit that's it's going to just grossly and forever change the nature of our entire community, and especially our little thing at the north. I'm not going to repeat what everybody else says. I'm just going to say the city apparently believes it has no grounds to deny this application. That's what the planning desk told us. And I implore you to direct staff and the city attorney to revisit that conclusion. There are grounds to deny the builder's remedy, including health and safety issues, and also violation of another state law, in this case, the Coastal Act. Now, I know the city does not have delegated authority to evaluate the coastal ramifications. However, I believe there is a direct provision in this particular state housing law, which says the city can disapprove it on the basis of another state law. So I would hope you guys would look into that. There are multiple potential violations. This will block views from public streets. This will impact health. There are safety issues, multiple. And as you all know, probably, I'm sure the city attorney knows, in Calnell Gardens, it was declined on the basis of aesthetics. So this is It's totally out of keeping of the rest of the neighborhood, and I think there are multiple grounds. Finally, I would request that you have the Planning Commission continue the hearing. We learned about this on Thursday. We have access to the plans, but we do not have access to the full file. A policy changed at some point. We used to be able to go to the community desk during hours and just review the file at our leisure. We now have to submit public records reports, which takes 10 days, which will be after the planned hearing date. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jim H.
Which mic?
I think the higher one works a little better.
Good evening. I'm here as a former short-term rental operator in Hermosa Beach before the 2016 ban. I'm very concerned about the owner-occupied only short-term rental proposal that was going to be discussed today. I believe this proposal is an attempt by the city to soften its stance in order to appease the Coastal Commission as a way to legitimize its illegal short-term rental laws. But let me be clear, home sharing is fine for the people who want it, but allowing only home sharing would not be enough to gain Coastal Commission approval. The same home sharing plan failed in Malibu, Laguna Beach, and Del Mar. If Hermosa Beach pushes for an owner-occupied only model for Coastal Commission approval, it will most likely face the same outcome. Most families want to stay together under one roof with a kitchen, laundry, and privacy, not split up in a separate hotel room or guests in a stranger's home. Imagine if your small child is asleep in a room next to a homeowner you just met in a shared rental. Keep in mind, most short-term rentals are your family and your friends. Instead of a near outright ban on short-term rentals, let's take a balanced approach. Having short-term renters stay in homes within a block of a strand will not disrupt the normal family lifestyle as it would further east, where neighborhoods are quieter and more residential. Imperial Beach already solved this issue in a way that protects neighborhoods while maintaining coastal access for visitors. Imperial Beach also bans short-term rentals outside of the commercial zone, but it has Coastal Commission approval because their plan provides visitors with sufficient access to accommodations on the beach. Homes along Seacoast Drive, which is the equivalent to the Strand here, are considered part of the commercial zone, thus allowing short-term rentals there while keeping them away from more residential areas.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Rob Perez.
Hi, thanks, Council. I appreciate the time. I'm here to support my fellow neighbors in North Hermosa on the building project. I won't spend a lot of time. I live on the Strand across the street from this project. And it's just, I mean, this is kind of the death of common sense. I would ask you guys to think about what it would be like if someone was building something next to your home that violated all of the current zoning rules because of a loophole, and they said, well, there's nothing we can do about it. That would be frustrating for you. It's very frustrating for myself and for my neighbors. And so really what we're asking is that you actually take action and see if there's something that we can do about it. There's nothing but welcoming for people who want to renovate, who want to improve the neighborhood, but we should all live by the same zoning rules and regulations. We have them for a reason. So what we're really asking is that you think about that, and let's have some common sense here and try to build something that's consistent with the rest of the neighborhood. And while I've got a couple of minutes, I'm pro dog park and pro palm trees and Tupac hologram. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public comment section. If there are other members of the community that still wanted to speak that did not turn a card in, we will be doing that later on in the meeting because we passed our 30 minutes. Madam City Clerk, what's next on our agenda?
Next, we have item 14, City Council member comments.
Okay, I attended the opening day of Hermosa Beach Little League, which was last Saturday, and that was a great event, March 1st. I was happy to be there. I guess what we'll do is go through any subcommittee or comments first, and when we're done with that, then if we have comments for the city manager, based on citizen comments, we can do that next. So any of my colleagues on the left have any updates? No? Anyone on my right? Okay, so regarding the comments that were made today, I just wanted to focus on the comments regarding the proposed project on Palm Drive. As I understand it, if Mr. City Attorney, if you should just go through the process and educate the public a little bit more about the hearings and when it comes before us, and then how the Coastal Commission intertwines. And so therefore, we're not really in a position to opine on that this evening. Thank you.
Correct, Mr. Mayor, and so I will lead with, there is a chance, probably a pretty good chance, that this item will come before you all, so I implore you all not to comment on the substance of it. We understand that there's policy arguments that can be made about the state laws in general. I'll leave it to your guys' discretion, but I must insist and implore that any comments on the substance or the merits of this project be reserved for if it ever comes before this body. Mr. Mayor, as to your question, like all development projects in the city, it originates in the planning department. It would then go to the planning commission. Planning commission would make a decision one way or the other. That would then be subject to appeal or call up by you all. As I'm sure you all are aware, the minutes of the planning commission are attached to you guys' agenda. It only takes 2 of you to call up, at which point we have to renotice it. It would be a public hearing before you all. Depending on the results of that decision, if it's in the affirmative, the property owner then must go to the Coastal Commission. That is not our purview. I'm not going to speak for them, how they would handle this, what issues they may or may not bring up, how they may or may not condition the project. That is their bailiwick, not ours, not the city's. That's kind of a general overview with, I could speak for hours on the nuance of all the stuff in between, but I'm not going to do that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any of my colleagues on my left have any questions? City Manager.
On this particular
Anything that was discussed or any questions you might have that involve public participation?
I do.
Okay.
Councilman Jackson, you can go first,
Yeah,
please.
go ahead. Sure.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for allowing that. Just one question. I was going to wait to the end for potential future agendized items, but since we had the discussion about the dog park / run, and I understand that was briefed at the Parks and Rec Commission meeting the other day, is there something we can do to have the Parks and Rec Commission take the lead in discussions on any proposed dog run and let them have figure out whether we need to do a subcommittee? I think it's a good opportunity for them to sort of actively encourage the presentations that these folks who are very passionate would like to present, facilitate an open forum for discussion, have diverse input, and see what we should do from there.
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson. Good question.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jackson, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council, if council would like to provide that recommendation, that's something that staff can take to the Parks Commission and have them agendize that. I do want to share that it would not be ahead of any of the other work that they're doing. They have a couple of, I believe, at least 2 to 3 other committees, subcommittees that are formed that they're working on. We have some policy items that the Parks and Rec Commission is working on that had been delayed from last year. So it could be scheduled in that, but we could definitely invite the groups to come, make a presentation, have the Parks Commission consider creating a subcommittee. And it would require staffing, so staff would staff that.
Understand they've got a lot of stuff on their plates, and we continue to add things. So, when able, when it makes sense in the natural occurrence, if there's a consensus with my colleagues.
Are others nodding?
Thank you.
Okay.
It's possible that 2 members of the Parks and Rec Commission could get together at any time and form a subcommittee and start working on that without staff involvement and try to piece through some things first ahead of time to spearhead it. Is that could be a possible scenario?
They could do that. However, we like to offer ourselves to
Yeah.
assist in that process. It's a lot of work, and commissioners all our commissioners are volunteers, and so we don't want the task to be taller than it needs to be.
Right, right. Okay, thank you. Anyone else on my right? Anyone on my left? Go
Yes.
ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I was and still am prepared to make such a proposal during future agenda items about the dog park. So I'm glad you brought that up, but I was fully prepared to do that, and I still will. When we get to the future agenda items, I will be proposing that we have a future agenda item on the Parks and Rec Commission agenda to do just that, to start work on the dog park. And I think, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to this group, Bark for a Park, that has done so much work on this already. It's an amazing report they've done. There's an awful lot of work put into this already. That's not to say that everything and anything that they did is all that needs to be done. Certainly not. Parks and Rec staff will have to work on this, of course. And who knows how many other possibilities there are for a park that maybe they have not yet included. So there's a lot of work to be done. But I think kudos to this group for what they've done so far. I've worked with them a little bit in the last few weeks. And like I said, I am fully prepared to make a proposal to send this to Parks and Rec as soon as possible. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, yes. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Mike, go ahead.
Why don't we
Councilmember
just,
Keegan.
why don't we wait and do that at future items and address it in a formal resolution then? And we'll do it under future items.
That's the appropriate place, yes. He was just making comments. Anyone else have any other comments to make? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
On another item, this project that's at Second Street that was spoken about by a couple of folks tonight, there seems to be somewhat of a disconnect between the neighbors who have asked questions about this project, and I'm not sure why. I've said this so many times. I've had years of experience in construction, and I find it very unlikely that anyone could possibly get a building permit and get to the point of construction that they're in there illegally without meeting all the requirements that are necessary. So is it possible that maybe the city manager's office or Public Works or planning, someone could have a meeting with these folks and clear up the misunderstanding, I hope it's a misunderstanding, that the setbacks and the illegal buildings that have been changed and so on, all of the problems that they seem to feel are some sort of a conspiracy, to clear that up and clear the air and get it out in the open and let everybody understand why they're able to do what they're doing. Sometimes it appears that there is absolutely, how could they possibly be able to do that? That doesn't fit the rules. And yet, as in my experience, I know that sometimes they do fit the rules. That is allowable to do some things in construction that seem to be illegal. So in the interest of just having some trust between the city staff and the citizens, if they have questions on a particular project like this, I know everybody in planning is very busy down there, but somehow or another, can we have some sort of a meeting of minds and clear the air on it? And so once and for all, the neighbors know that this is a project it is what it's supposed to be.
Good question, and we've seen several pieces of correspondence going back and forth.
I've gotten lots of
from all-
emails.
Yeah, a lot of us have
Lots of
gotten it,
emails
so-
and talk about it.
yeah.
So.
Madam City Manager, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think that is a great suggestion. There have been a lot of emails, and I will share that staff has responded to a great majority of them until it became rapid fire. Truthfully, it kept us from doing our work, responding to every allegation. And so what I shared with Mr. Krasniger, who showed up and spoke passionately about something that he is concerned about, as well as other residents. What I shared with him in my email is that we will receive your complaints and concerns, investigate them, and ensure that the project is proceeding legally. You are absolutely right. We would not allow this to proceed legally. And I think out of the numerous allegations of violations, there have been a couple that have been corrected. So we are grateful for that. But The emails back and forth likely have become a distraction, so I think your recommendation to extend an in-person meeting would be helpful. The other thing I wanted to share is the gentleman was provided access to the files, to review the files. And anyone can request, I know this was not the practice before, but they can request to view the file. And so I think it was Ms. Schwapok that had come and indicated that that should be allowed. So I wanted to just share, in case that was something you were wondering, that we do allow that during business hours. Come to the counter and we'll allow you to review them. But thank you for the suggestion. City Attorney?
Would that also, I've also gotten many calls, and especially in the last couple days, regarding this Palm Drive project. And are people allowed, is the public allowed to view the file on that particular project also?
Correct. And so
Is that the common accepted practice in planning right now, is that if you go in, you can say, I'd like to see the plans, of course, which I know are online, but is the file available also on that project?
Correct. So certain documents are subject to the Public Records Act request. So the application, which we've made available, some documents are not temporarily. A perfect example is the staff report goes through many offices, many eyes, and then it is released in accordance with the Brown Act prior to the agenda.
Okay.
Things like that, drafts, deliberative process. No, so the idea that someone can just walk in and say, give me everything pertaining to this, once again, as I won't, there's certain attorney-client privilege documents in there due to the sensitive nature of it, the builder's remedy. So no, the idea that they can just show up and say, give me everything in the file right now, that is inaccurate. They will be given plenty of information to fully understand the project. They have the application, they have the plans, they will see the staff report. They will then be allowed to make their comments and show up to one, if not multiple meetings. So yeah, that's the answer, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Great, thank you. So then you will be sending out an email to those neighbors that have contacted you about that project on Second Street, that you'll be sending them out some sort of information that should clear the air for everything?
I will ask our planning manager,
Yeah.
Alexis Oropeza, to initiate through email an invitation to meet.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean you. I meant someone from planning. Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. I think that's about it. I'll just make a couple of quick comments about the builder's remedy thing. A lot of people tonight came and spoke about this situation, and there seems to be a lot of misinformation floating around amongst the public of what people can and can't do, and why is this happening, and so on and so forth. And I would only suggest that you do some research, could do a little Google research about builder's remedy, and find out for yourselves what it's all about, and so on. The city's been working very hard to get certified, and the circumstances are what they are. I'm not saying it's hopeless, or there's, I can't really comment on that at all, I'll be honest with you, about what we can or can't do. But for you folks to make yourselves understand what's going on with it all, do some research about builder's remedy, find out about it, either form and join a group that is working on this already, and try and educate yourselves about what builder's remedy is and why it's here, and so on. I think it might help you all a lot to understand what's going on with it. So that's all I have to say about that. I appreciate your coming down here and your interest in what's happening with our city in every aspect, including this one. So thank you so much.
Next is item 15, consent calendar.
We're on the the camping in public places, right?
No.
No, so Mr. Mayor, we are at the consent calendar right now. Once we deal with that, you are correct. Item 15I will come after that.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the consent calendar, noting that you pulled 15I.
Second.
Excuse me. I'd like to pull an item also. Dean wasn't able to kind of get that out. So I'd like to pull 15G.
Okay.
So I amend my motion to approve the balance.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, let's do the voting. It's working. Please announce the vote. Thank you.
Motion carries.
Got some, thanks.
Next, we have item 15G, approval of the amended Clark Building Use Policy and Reservation Rates.
Okay, Councilmember Keegan.
Wait a second here, 15G. I wanted to look at, on page 2 of the amplified sound section, that's about 2/3 down the page, item number 3. My colleagues, if you could look at item number 3, amplified sound on page 2 of the document of the use policy. That'd be on page 2 of the use policy, item number 3. It says, if approved, reservation holders are required to obtain an amplified sound permit at an additional cost to every reservation holder. So in addition to all of our nitpicky fees that we have on there, from getting using the kitchen to using the toilet, we're going to also ask for an amplified sound permit on an item we're already giving them the sound equipment. Now they got to go get a permit for it for $200 and some to use the microphone and the equipment to play music. I just think it's redundant and unnecessary and ticky-tacky. I'd like to remove it.
Madam City Clerk, Madam City Clerk, is there any specific reason why we have that extra fee on there?
You'd like the city clerk to
No,
answer
that's
that?
not- You'd ask the city manager.
I'm sorry, the city
Okay.
manager.
She might have a response. So let me ask our director at Community Resources to come up and discuss our thinking on the permit. There is an equity issue. All events in the city that do have amplified sound are required to seek a permit.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. As City Manager Lowenthal stated, it is a requirement for any amplified sound to go through the police department and obtain a permit. So the cost is really a direct cost to cover the process that's involved in the police department to create the permit, issue the permit to the applicant holder, and ensure that staff is aware and it's on their records that the amplified sound is permitted to take place at that location during the hours that it's approved to take place.
Thank you for the information. My motion still stands.
And so, Mr. Mayor, and once again, that's entirely fine. Just make sure we take public comment before we get into deliberations too much.
Absolutely. Do you have any more? My microphone keeps going on. Do you have any more questions before we take
I do.
public comment?
Yeah, I've got a couple more. On page 3, it's maybe it needs a clarification. It says on item number 3 on page 3, near the top of the page, it says liquor or beer kegs are not permitted. Now, does that mean that people can't have hard alcohol, or because I don't really understand what that means. So there's no hard alcohol allowed in the building?
That is correct. The policy proposed is to only allow for beer, wine, and champagne.
Okay. I'd like to remove that also. So we may have to address these one at a time.
Okay, we'll come to deliberations, but do you have any more questions? Those two right now, and then we'll go to deliberations after.
Yes, item number 9 on the same page. It says reservation holders are prohibited from using single-use plastics, but not limited to paper cups, bags, et cetera, and polystyrene products. Basically, we're dictating the renter, if they're in a rush or are late to their event, or they're running short and they have more guests, and they run up to Vons and they go get utensils, it's going to be deemed illegal. Why are we regulating the renter's use of plasticware? I think it's onerous and ridiculous. Item 9 should be struck.
Did you have a question for city staff as to
No.
why that was added, or
No,
how
I
that
don't have a question.
relates to
No.
Plan Hermosa or anything like that? Okay.
No questions.
Okay. Any other questions?
It also states that reservation holders are not allowed to bring their own tables and chairs. That's item number 4 on amenities. And I just, again, just seems onerous and hard to regulate, and it could become an issue with a renter. I could see if we had a problem with it over time, and I also put a deposit down, and they're liable for the space. If they brought in chairs or tables that damaged the facility, they'd be liable for it. So I think it's, again, unnecessary. And people should be able to bring in, what if they want their special podium? What if they have a special item that they want to put in, or chair or tables that they want for different reasons? I don't anticipate a lot of people using this, but again, I think it's onerous and unnecessary. And then moving on to page 4 of the document, it states that every person who rents this facility has to carry $2 million worth of liability insurance. So if Dean here wants to hold his mayor State of the City instead of at the community center, he wants to hold it in this building, he would need to get $2 million worth of insurance. I just think that, that's quite a hill to climb for an individual or a homeowner in town to run a birthday party or a 50th wedding anniversary party or a small wedding or a bar mitzvah or a big birthday party. It's just you got to go out and find an insurance broker and get $2 million worth of liability insurance and pay for it. I think we should have a blanket insurance policy and allow them to use it. That's what the Kiwanis Hall does. That's what you do when you rent a hall from basically anyone who's in the hall business. I mean, no one makes you go run out and get your own policy. I think that should be stricken or bring,
Okay, once
or bring
again,
it back.
let's wait for deliberations. Do you have any more questions of staff?
Nope, no
Okay,
more.
because I do. They've been brought up, and now I just want to know, basically on the insurance issue, is there a specific reason why this specific insurance was required for this? I assume maybe it's because the rental of the Clark building is for large events, not necessarily small ones. So I was wondering if you could explain that a little bit.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you. It's our standard requirement for all facility use, even when there is a classroom that's held at Community Resources. We live in an extremely litigious environment, and so that is somewhat standard. It's not exceeding what a neighboring city might ask for. It is a standard call, and it's been reviewed by the city attorney. It's in all of our agreements. So when a vendor comes to do work here, we ask for the same level of insurance.
So other groups are asked for the same insurance when they hold meetings, for example, at the Kiwanis building or other?
Not at the Kiwanis, because they have their
They have their
long-term
own
lease. Right. They have their-
insurance that covers it.
Yes.
So this is asked for at this building because the city does not have our own insurance. We're requesting this of,
We do for our events, our staff, any issue that comes up, but when a third party is using it, we do require third-party insurance. We require it of everybody at any facility.
and so this would be needed, for example, if someone were to file a lawsuit against us regarding some losses, then that group would be covered. Could you explain that a little more?
Sure, Madam City Manager, if you don't mind. So, yeah, I mean, it depends on the nature of the claim, but yes, typically, my position, same with the city's risk manager, is that the more insurance, the better. So it really depends on the claim, but yes, oftentimes, if someone is there and there's no insurance behind it, the city kind of gets left as the only person to point the finger at. such that if someone is overserved, someone gets hurt, something terrible happens, which we hope never happens, the requirement for this is to, address that very issue. And if we have insurance and we're, named as a co-insurer, rather than go into our own pocket, rather than rely upon our own insurance, we can avail ourselves to this. That's the reasoning behind it.
And do you have any idea what that would cost for one event?
I do not know.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And part of the reason I was trying to avoid deliberations, because this is the time for questions of staff, so I just want to back up for a second. What was the reason and logic for the plastic paper requirement?
That is in city municipal code, so it's something that was adopted some years back.
What's in the municipal code?
The prohibition against single-use plastics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Madam City Manager, if I may add to that, she's of course 100% right. There's an explicit provision that says all facility rental agreements for any city facility shall include a provision requiring, prohibiting the use of those polystyrene foodware.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
So then there were a few other questions that were brought up without, I'm not sure we had a sufficient answer to that, and it went by so quickly. I'm just wondering if you had any other response to the other questions that were brought up regarding the specific elements that were addressed. Otherwise, we can address it later.
The only other item that I believe that may have been unanswered is the tables and chairs.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And so we went through great lengths to identify a flooring that could withstand high use and high traffic events. However, rental companies do not apply the same care when they bring their floors, not their floors, I apologize, their chairs and tables. And so that is why that requirement is in there, that we have tables and chairs and we are offering them for use.
So the idea is we don't want them to bring their own in, for they might do damage to the...
Flooring.
Yeah.
Correct.
But what kind of flooring is this?
I'm not sure. Do you
I
remember?
thought it was a pretty high, yeah.
We don't have the exact
Okay,
materials.
that's fine. So, Councilmember Keegan, again, if you have questions, now's the time, deliberations later. Thank you.
Question.
Go ahead, go for it.
So if someone wants to bring a small stage in or something, that would be prohibited?
I believe it would be, and I also just wanted to share, the flooring is called luxury vinyl.
Mm-hmm.
To answer the question, yes, the reservation holder would need to utilize the city equipment, so the portable stage, its tables and chairs, and our audio system, for the reasons that City Manager Lowenthal shared, and also due to past experience with us using third-party vendors for our own events. Sometimes they don't arrive on time, on time to drop off the equipment or to pick up, and then that can cause problems with the reservation itself and any reservation that may follow, or the need to close the building and release staff in that evening if they're late for that pickup.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Nope.
So luxury vinyl, I'm familiar with that type of flooring. It is pretty sturdy. And yes, it could get gouged. So if they did gouge it, they would have to repair it, correct? Or do we inspect it what's the scenario if they were to gouge the flooring? Because they use their own equipment, I don't know.
Depending on the level of damage, and I'm sure everyone will point to the event before them. So there'd be work involved, right? We'd take photos before and after to prove who did the gouging.
Yeah.
But yes, we would like to hold users accountable for the costs.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr.
Anyone
Mayor?
have any questions? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I could shine a little bit light on that very same
Unless
question.
you want to wait till deliberations.
No.
Okay, if you have a question for city staff, then that
No,
would
I
be
want to
great.
answer your question.
Well, let's deliberate that later.
When someone damages the floor, that's why we require liability insurance
Okay,
from
do you
all
have
the
another
vendors.
question for city staff right now?
I'm trying to tell you something. Thank you.
I think I would prefer to wait till we deliberate, if you don't mind, so we don't carry this
I'm
out
not
too much
deliberating.
further.
I'm answering a question. It would be done by now if you allowed me to do this. That's why we require liability insurance from all the vendors and everyone involved, that they have their own liability insurance, because when something is damaged, that needs to get paid for, and that's how it gets paid.
And I think Madam City Manager adequately addressed the question. Thank you. Do any other questions from members? Councilmember Detoy.
So speaking of the Kiwanis Club, which you mentioned, do you require an amplified sound permit when they have events there as well? Or is there an overarching permit with that property?
It's a little bit different and not entirely apples to apples because the Kiwanis and the Rotary clubs actually manage their own use policies and rates and requirements for the use of those spaces, and that's allowable per their current agreements. So we are working through the work of the municipal police policy to align their practices with city practices so that any reservation holders they may have would have an amplified sound permit on file with the city. We've done some work already to match our insurance requirements with those clubs for their reservation holders and really the reservation practices that we have and oversight that we have, but we're still not fully there because that's part of the work of the municipal police policy.
And then just to expand on this, Rob's doing his karaoke again. Goes to a business with a potential temporary use or event permit we're working through right now. He would have to pay for an amplified sound permit at a restaurant that doesn't, for a temporary use. Is that correct?
To have amplified sound within private property?
On
Like a
business.
resident for the temporary limited entertainment?
For his karaoke, yeah.
That I can't speak to. I would assume so, but since I don't manage those permits, I'm not sure of the ins and outs of those requirements.
All my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Okay, Madam City Clerk, do we have any cards turned in for this item?
Hi, Mayor. We do not have any cards for item 15G.
Okay, is anyone online?
Laura Pena, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Yes, this is Laura Pena. I want to thank Councilmember Keegan for pulling this. I did look at the updated policies. My whole point when I spoke last time on this was we really need to get feedback on whether or not these policies are restrictive or whether there's something that the audience that's going to be using this facility would actually appreciate and understand. I think some of them are overly restricted. I do think that the one about the amplified sound, it's interesting to me that the amplified sound ends at 9 p.m. on weekdays and 10 p.m. on weekends, while the event hours actually extend later. So that part is very confusing to me. If I was going to rent out the Clark building, I would just normally assume that when I paid the rental fee, and if I was going to have a wedding, let's just say, my wedding, let's just say, that I wouldn't have to get an additional permit to have music there for amplified sound. I would figure that it was all part of it. I think we are being very with this, you got to pay for this permit, you got to pay for that. That's the reason why I would want to rent the Clark building. So I just think we need to be mindful that if we add all these specific provisions, are we being competitive? And that's why I think the survey would allow for more feedback on this. In regards to the parking limitations, it's problematic that you limit it to 4 because it doesn't even say a price. So that might be helpful to clarify what these 4 reserved parking spaces, because there is a fee from what I understand. And then also the enforcement around is kind of unclear around the security and cleanup because the compliance is strong, but there are penalties for non-compliance. So who gets to determine whether somebody thinks it's clean or not? I just think it could be a little bit more clear. And in regards to moving tables and chairs, it seems overly restrictive to get permission to move a table or a chair if, let's just say, the monitor was busy or city staff was busy. So I think we need to be a little bit flexible in regards to that. Overall, I appreciate the feedback on this policy. I also appreciate number 8 under food and beverages, the reservation holders qualify for a 5% discount. When I spoke to some of our business, they were very appreciative of this, and I just hope that it applies to all of our businesses in Hermosa. So thank you again for your feedback.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Matt McCool.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to go ahead and follow up. Laura Pena stole my line, but we just talked about being competitive. That's the biggest problem when we have government involved in these types of entities. We saw this with the actual construction and the renovation of the Clark building itself was a complete failure. That had been done in the private sector, we wouldn't have half the problems. But Laura Pena said, "Are we competitive?" And this is the problem when the city's running something like this versus it being in the private sector. Everybody in the private sector know we need to be competitive in the marketplace. And clearly the Clark building is not competitive in the marketplace right now. Head to head to the Kiwanis Club, it's not even close. If somebody was doing an assessment between where they were going to hold their event, you're going to go with the Kiwanis Club every single time. And I'm glad this was pulled from the consent calendar because this is clearly not a consent calendar item. And this is a continuous abuse of the consent calendar to go ahead and push things through. I like what Councilman Keegan said as far as the alcohol. If I want to, I'm not a hard alcohol drinker. I couldn't care less. But if I want to host an event where I want to go ahead and have some bourbon or whiskey, I can't do that at the Clark building, but I can at the Kiwanis Club. That's a no-brainer right there. But let's also look at it like this as far as the actual enforcement. Suppose I'm holding a potluck type event there, and one of my guests brings in top ramen, and that's polystyrene. What's going to happen? Is my event going to be shut down because a well-deserved person wanted to go ahead and bring in some top ramen? These are the types of issues that need to be addressed, and people are going to eventually, the word's going to get out that you're not going to want to do business with the Clark building, and the Kiwanis Club is going to win, and we spent all this money renovating a building that will probably not get used. That's my time. That's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else online?
Hi, Mayor. I do not see any other virtual hands raised.
Okay. Is there anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak on this item? Okay. Bringing it back to council for deliberation. So there were a number of revisions. Maybe we can just get a feel for how our colleagues feel on the revisions that were suggested. So whoever wants to chime in first?
I'll go first.
Councilmember Jackson.
You know, my colleague talked about being nitpicky, nitpicking on fees. The cost they've got to come from somewhere. And what what the staff has proposed is not something that was made up. This is based on what we are currently doing as a city for those individuals who are looking to host events. There are certain costs associated with hosting an event in our facilities. And whether this Clark building leasing, renting out is competitive or not, we'll see in 12 months. We've made significant steps in terms of lowering some of the costs, adding some incentives, and we'll see in 12 months whether we need to adjust or not. So I think we can wait and not give away the baby with the bathwater, and see how these changes are received. The amplified sound permit is something that's consistent with all events. I don't have a problem with that. I would agree with the alcohol component of that. If you're going to serve beer and wine and champagne, if someone wants to have a bourbon, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. You act like a grown adult and you're fine. If not, whether you're drinking Coke or rum and Coke, it doesn't matter. We'll take appropriate action. Single-use plastics, that makes sense. That's consistent with our city code. And, again, we're not asking anyone who's renting this facility to do anything that no one else is going to have to do. And a few years ago, I was going to host a kid's birthday party at the community center basketball court and was told about the $1 million, $2 million liability insurance. One phone call, $50, it was done. So it's not hard, and that's common practice, because if something happens, and obviously something will happen at some point, the city will be on the hook. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you. I agree with most of what Councilmember Jackson said. I am connected to an event hall in my professional job. We did put luxury vinyl in. Even though allegedly it is bomb-proof, it does get damaged. I see the reason why to require our chairs. We can inspect them. We can replace little fuzzy things on the bottom. all the tables and chairs. The floors are not indestructible, especially when people are dancing and moving and you get a lot of people in the same area. I do agree with the insurance policy. Someone who doesn't drink very often, I don't see the reason to prohibit hard alcohol, so I'd have no problem removing that. The insurance, I was just doing some simple Google quotes, and yeah, it looks like $50, $100 for an event. It also protects the person who's using the hall, which is something that I think, if anything were to happen, whether it's a birthday party, et cetera, I think the applicant would be very excited that they had this policy in place that didn't come after them personally. So tables, chairs, amplified sound, I am good keeping it for the time being. Again, we will revisit this in a year. The whole idea about the 10 p.m. On the weekends, and again, I do experience this where I do live next to Kiwanis Club. They're very sharp on the 10 o'clock cutoff. But then again, there are people on site for the next 30 minutes to an hour, either cleaning up or leaving the premises. So, that is pretty common, even weddings. The music stops and then people have to get off premises within an hour. So I'm good with the time the way it is, and I think that answers all of Councilmember Keegan's comments. If I missed one, we can come back.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I am also in favor of most of what Councilman Jackson proposed. I am against the prohibition of hard liquor. And beer and kegs, I don't see the difference between beer and kegs or bottles and cans, so I would like to have that changed. Plastics, we can't really do much about unless we want to dive into changing city ordinances overall. It's unfortunate, I think, that we chose the material we did for the flooring in there. It is not, a vinyl floor is not indestructible, and they make about 100 different kinds of manufactured wood floors that are virtually bulletproof. And I would rather have seen that in there. You can't scuff it or scratch it, and if you do, it's easy enough to take one plank out and replace it. But that's neither here nor there. We are where we are now, so I suppose we need to stick with our own tables and chairs for the time being. Liability insurance, I have no problem with that the way it is. As I was trying to point out earlier, that there's a reason why you have to have liability insurance from everyone, require it from everyone who's involved in a project like this, right down to the guy who delivers the food to the place. Because when something happens, usually if there's a lawsuit about they got paint on my car, or they broke this or did that, everybody sues everybody, and it's a big problem, and you have to have liability insurance. Everyone has to have liability insurance for your liability insurance to be applicable. Your own liability insurance company will say, well, we're not paying off on you because you didn't require it from that person. So I see no problem with the liability insurance the way it is. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Well, it sounds like we're probably unanimous on eliminating the alcohol prohibition of hard liquor. I think we're okay on that one. I'm a little concerned about the table restriction. I believe that luxury vinyl is pretty sturdy because I've used it, but it sounds like we don't have a consensus to go ahead with changing that one. So, Councilmember Keegan, would you like to make a motion based on the consensus we've built here, if possible?
Yes, I'll make a motion to remove the prohibition of liquor to the use agreement.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second.
Mr.
Is
Mayor.
there any? Oh, yes.
Just want to make sure, Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember. I mean, sorry.
So that's approval of it with the removal?
Correct.
Got it.
Yes.
Approval with that removal.
Mr. Mayor, just the line above, item 2A and B, I assume there have to be some modifications to the type for the permits for that, the corresponding changes to include liquor, is that correct? 'Cause right now it says type 58 caterers permit, type 91 beer manufacturer caterer permit.
Yeah, so
there would be an addition.
right, so we will ensure that any modification to the liquor license, I don't know them off the top of my head. We will ensure that the will of the council, which is to allow the inclusion of liquor in this policy, is effectuated.
I have a question on the sound permit. Is the idea of having a sound permit so that they understand their requirements, what they have to go through regarding amplified sound? Is that the idea of the sound permit, or?
So thank you for that and for the extra time to look up the karaoke question. So not specific to karaoke or anything else, but we do have in our municipal code, Chapter 8.24, the use of sound amplification equipment on public property. So it is required for any sound amplifying equipment to have a permit, according to our code.
So this is just consistent with our current code?
It would be consistent with the code and applicable to every event that we've had. And
The same permit anyone else would get?
Absolutely.
And how much is that fee? I didn't know whether we could be flexible on,
207.
are we able to be flexible on reducing it, or?
That is in the fee schedule.
Oh, it's according to the fee schedule that we've set elsewhere?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Any other discussions? Okay. Madam City Clerk, could we have a roll call on that, or a voting? May voting begin on this item as amended? Okay, the results are up on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the results?
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have item 15I, adoption of ordinance repealing Hermosa Beach Municipal Code sections 12.28.010H and 12.20.240, and adding chapter 12.40 to the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code regulating camping in public areas.
Okay, thank you. I pulled this item and I had some questions about the draft ordinance and wanted to know if we could perhaps put stronger teeth into it. 12.40.020, we've got A, B, and C. And A is no person shall camp in a prohibited public space. And my thought was originally, why doesn't it just say no person shall camp anywhere? But I believe, Mr. City Attorney, you corrected to state that there are examples where people can get permits for camping, and that's why it's worded that way.
That is correct. And then one thing I will add is prohibited public place means just that, public rights of way, parks, the beach. So if someone would like to pitch a tent in their backyard during the summer with their kids, that of course is not prohibited by this, as long as it's done on private property.
Okay. And then it comes down to paragraph C. No person shall camp, sleep, lie, or place personal property, and it gives 3 specific instances. And I was just wondering why that's worded that way. And when we've already prohibited camping everywhere in public spaces, why are we now listing it again for those 3 specific items?
Sure, so Mr. Mayor, you do raise a good point. And at least in the way that this was put together, the kind of ordinance goes from broad to more narrow. Those 3 things listed, of course, were drafted with the idea that those are kind of the most, not pernicious, but those are the most impactful, right? That someone is, blocking a business, someone is blocking the pedestrian right-of-way. But you are correct, they are somewhat redundant. I would agree with you that the statement, no person shall camp in a prohibited public place, is redundant of no person shall camp, and then list the other, subsection C1, 2, and 3. But of course, the reason I did that is to kind of give potential officers or citing individuals maximum flexibility, that if they can point to this specific, this more specific provision, that is potentially better than relying on the generic one. But if the council believes that causes too much confusion, requiring my explanation up here, totally a policy call that if you guys want to get rid of that word camp, I believe the ordinance is still effective and would have its intended effect.
So does it mean that no person shall sleep, lie, or place personal property only in those specific 3 places, but everywhere else it's legal?
Well, correct. So once again, the definition of camp is drafted in
Yeah,
a way
that's more-
that is broader. So I wouldn't say it's legal because it depends on a whole host of things and other potential regulations. I will say that that subsection C is only limited to those to subsections C1, C2, and C3. So I'm not going to come up here and say just because it's not listed that means it is legal for you to sleep, lie, or place personal property where such activity, is somewhere else. However, the purpose of subsection C was to be geared towards kind of the most impactful areas in our city.
So we could modify this to say, well, instead of within 20 feet, we could say within 30 feet of an entrance. There's no specific thing about 20 feet, right? That's
Correct,
there.
nope.
These are all just arbitrary things that could be adjusted.
Right, I mean, I
if we
wouldn't say,
wanted
I
to.
mean,
Yeah.
you kind of, if you start pressing out, if you said 4,000 or something like that, it would be the entire,
Right,
entire city, but yeah.
Okay, and then we did receive a written comment regarding adding something that Manhattan Beach has in their ordinance. Did you see that email that came in? I think the person wasn't able to get it in the time of public comment period, but indicated when it becomes a nuisance. It had to do with becoming a nuisance, so.
I may have missed that, so please go ahead and educate me.
Okay, if I could pull it up for a second here. Well, I guess I'll just have to come back to it after we go to public comment. Thank you. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Yes, Councilmember Keegan.
Just as a footnote, so this doesn't allow any camping in parks at all?
No.
What about the baseball league? They camp one night a year in
Correct.
the park.
Right, and so if you, I believe, where's the exact, I had that very thing very much in mind. Give me 1 second. I was looking up the nuisance. I believe it says, here we go, yes, we talk about prohibited public place means any public property that is not designated for camping by formal action of the city council or the written consent of the city manager, or a validly issued city permit authorizing such activity or other governmental entity having jurisdiction over the property. Of course, the Little League campout would be something that either we bring to you guys to authorize or Madam City Manager authorizes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, I pulled up the email. The suggestion is that in Manhattan Beach, they have a chapter which says that each violation is punishable alternatively as a misdemeanor, which we already have incorporated in ours, but it also says constitute a nuisance and may be abated by the city through civil process by means of restraining order, preliminary or permanent injunction, or in any other manner provided by law for the abatement of such nuisances. So that is the wording that I guess Manhattan Beach has in theirs, and I'm wondering if it would make sense to add something like that to our ordinance.
I don't want to, I'm not going to say that it has no utility. I'm going to say that typically those types of nuisance abatements are, in my understanding, geared towards, the dilapidated house that is half-built that requires us to go to the court and say, get us an abatement warrant, let us go on the property, appoint a receiver, fix that. That's not the exclusive area of a nuisance. So if that is something that the city council is interested in, we can of course put that in there. However, that process, the nuisance process is, it's kind of a bit robust, right? It requires a public hearing, it requires all kinds of public notice, it requires filings, and kind of the point of, at least as drafted here, was a bit more on the ground, enforcement remedies. But if the nuisance is something that the city council is interested in, I can, of course, if that's a direction, put that in there and bring the ordinance back, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. This through civil process by means of restraining order, does that mean that if someone failed to move, that this would give the city the opportunity to file a restraining order on them, or is that?
I mean, once again, potentially, in my experience, it's very difficult to get a civil restraining order to kick someone out of a city entirely. It can be a specific area that if someone is constantly, being belligerent or harassing, let's say at Clark Field during Little League games, something like that. But a citywide restraining order is not something
Right.
that
But
I've
we
seen.
would already have that ability without that type of language. that's being suggested here, right?
Mr. Mayor? I believe the police mentioned a case either last meeting or the last few months where you have
Criminal.
been successful in getting a restraining order to a business.
Correct. That's a criminal stay away order. That is entirely different than our civil bringing to you guys to declare it a public nuisance. But you are correct, Councilmember DeToy. The police have been, that's part of it, and I'll defer to them. That's part of their process in prosecuting.
We don't have that stay away order in this now.
As drafted right now, and once again, I'd have to, maybe our nuisance does say something about, violations that, affect the peaceful enjoyment of property. So I don't want to rule it out, but you are correct. It is not explicitly in our ordinance.
Okay. Are you?
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
On that same note that you were just touching on, between A and C, no person shall camp in a prohibited public place. That pretty much covers all of Hermosa Beach. Is that correct? Because there's no camping. It's prohibited everywhere in the city.
In public places.
So under A, that's everywhere. So we don't have to be concerned about it. C is maybe redundant, but nonetheless, I think, to over-explain, or explain it again in certain specifics is necessary, but not.
Right. So once again, yeah, that removal of subsection C, I still think that the ordinance has a decent amount of teeth and would be effective.
Right.
The whole point of subsection C is for maybe potentially something that is kind of on the margins, right? Hey, they don't have the giant campsite, they don't have the giant thing. Maybe they're not sleeping, maybe they're just lying there, et cetera. And the reason why I listed those 3 subsections were those were kind of the potentially most impactful. But as I said, if the council believes that causes confusion and you guys would prefer just to rely upon the general no person shall camp in a prohibited public place, I don't want to put a percentage on it, but the vast majority are like problematic, it would be handled by something like that.
But it does cover sleep, lie, or place personal property.
Correct. C is
So it does.
is a bit broader.
It does
yeah.
involve that activity, not just camping.
Right.
Well, we've already explained the heck out of camping earlier in this. Thing. It's pretty
We
much
sure did.
covered. I think we know what camping means. And then A is a blanket, shall not camp in a prohibited place, which is Hermosa Beach is a prohibited place. And then C is more specific about ADA and within the entrance and so on. Okay, so I'd like to move on past that to the A and B under the next section 12.40.030 violation. We have 2 punishments for the same basic situation, A and B. This is not a question. I suppose we're having questions right now, so I guess in a question form then, when we're not on Jeopardy, but to put it in a question form, is it possible that we, if there's agreement here, that A and B can possibly be switched and have one fall into another? In other words, if we write a civil administration penalty, then after a certain number of those, then we invoke the other misdemeanor and have one, after one is not effective, then the other one. And then if we wanted to, this stay away thing that we're talking about, we could possibly put that as C, as another remedy to the problem. If one doesn't work, then the other, and if that doesn't work, then the other, as a level of punishments.
Correct. So, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, the short answer is absolutely yes.
Okay.
As of right now, it's drafted. This is to basically give our officers or our citing maximum flexibility.
Yeah.
They can either do A or they can do B, depending on their judgment, enforcement priorities. If instead the regulatory regime is, hey, we want to issue 1, 3, 5, whatever that number is of administrative citations first, and only upon exhaustion of that will we go to a misdemeanor. That is entirely appropriate.
All right. Now, having brought that up, then I would like to address that when we get to deliberation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So basically, this is geared where the officer has complete ability to decide whether it's a misdemeanor or civil administrative, but we could get more specific on X number of administrative penalties per a certain time period would then automatically result in a misdemeanor.
Correct,
Like that.
and that's that probably follows Grants Pass a bit more. That was the exact penalty regime in that case. That basically said, I forget the number off the top of my head. I believe it was 3. It could have been 5. Once you get that sufficient number, it then elevates to a criminal. So if that's something, that would probably, strengthen our ordinance a bit.
Right, and I'm suggesting that those may be like a waterfall effect.
Sure, exactly,
Yeah.
yep.
This one, and then that falls into the next one, if that, and then, and so on. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else have any other questions? Okay. Now open it up to public participation. Are there any members in the chambers wishing to come up? Oh, has anyone turned any cards in, by the way? Oh, yes, we do have a card. Great. Beautiful. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi.
Good evening.
Thanks for taking this off the consent calendar. I really appreciate the discussion. I'm the one that sent in the nuisance thing, as you all may know. I forwarded it to you, Pat, in the email. I really implore you to have something like that in this. I think there is no harm in having as many tools in your toolkit as are possible. You don't have to use them all every time, but you might find this handy. You might find a situation where you really do want to go after a civil restraining order, or stuff is packed up under the pier to such an extent that it might constitute something where you'd have to go through an eviction proceeding otherwise. So, I don't know, I'm just making that up, but it just seems no harm in having it. And I've also been told by people on the MB Safe citizen group that it's been found helpful in Manhattan Beach. So that's just anecdotal. And then to get to the point of where it seems you may be going to, 3 administrative citations, then a misdemeanor, that kind of goes to a second point that I've been sort of worrying about, a couple of us have been worrying about, which is how are these encounters tracked? Because the old management axiom, you cannot manage unless you have good reporting. So you're going to have a good, robust new anti-camping law. You have the Met team, you have PD, you have Harbor Interfaith, and then there's this van that I just keep hearing about but can't find anything about. And are all these people tracking each encounter, the person, the place, the nature of the encounter, and the outcome, and putting all that material together? Obviously, now you'll have to track administrative citations if you make that claim, but just on the very basic level, and maybe that's part of the functional net zero, but I would think, if it were me, I'd want that data on a regular basis to see if any of this is doing any good. Should the van be deployed during different hours because they're working Monday through Thursday from 8 to 6, and the incidences are all on the weekend and at night? Could we combine services with Manhattan Beach and have them pay for part of the van and somehow provide more staffing for it? Those are just all things I wish you'd consider. And I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm going to go down to the planning desk again tomorrow and see if I get a different answer. I specifically requested the file, and I was told I could not get anything but access to the plans without submitting a public records request. So that staff may have just been misinformed, but we'll find out tomorrow. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Has anyone else turned in a card to speak? Okay, is anyone else in the chambers wishing to speak on this item? Please step up and state your name. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Donald Santoyani, 1125 8th Street. I was wondering if you have or need any codes to address people maybe sleeping in cars or campers.
Okay, thank you. We'll address questions when we finish public comment. Is there anyone else in the chambers wishing to speak? Okay, do we have anyone online?
Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised at this time.
Okay, no virtual hands raised. We now bring it back to the council for deliberation. Anyone care to go first?
Well, just a quick question. Yes, this does cover car camping or RVs as written, so.
Right, so I just want, we use the word use a vehicle for human habitation, so.
That's the more.
A camper without, there would be more than just the existence of a camper. There would be other indicia and requirements.
Yeah, that would be considered camping in a public place.
If they are parked on a public street.
Under that definition of
Correct.
camping. So, under 12.40.020C, no person shall camp, sleep, lie, or place personal property where such activity, Is there an agreement of my colleagues to remove the word camp so that it's clear that camping is prohibited in all public places. In addition to that, sleeping, lying, and placing personal property, which doesn't necessarily qualify as camping, is prohibited in those three circumstances. Is there agreement to remove the word camp out of? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I can understand that in the beginning, and at my first thought, I would think that there wouldn't be any reason not to, with the understanding that we have A already in place. But as it has been explained by the city attorney, that there's no problem with redundancy in the law if it states it in A that there is no person shall camp in a prohibited public place, and we all know what camping is. Then in C, we say it again in these particular instances, but that's in addition to and including with A, in any prohibited place, which is all of Hermosa Beach. So also, no person should be able to camp, sleep, lie, place, or personal property, et cetera, in those three instances. So I don't see any reason to take it out. I think it's just redundant, but it makes it quite clear that camping is camping, and that's everywhere in Hermosa Beach, but it's also in these specific areas.
My thought on this
for
is
different
that,
reasons.
is that those specific areas deal with sleeping, lying, and placing personal property. When they get a ticket for camping, they're going to be in violation of 40.020A. And if they get a ticket for 40.020A and also C, then in their defense, they could say that, well, I wasn't camping within 20 feet of an entrance to a building.
Camping is sleeping, lying, or placing personal property.
So I thought it was clear to take camp out, but, you know.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with leaving it in.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think we should be in the business of wordsmithing this. I'm comfortable with our legal counsel's draft having been reviewed by our PD and city staff. I think the ordinance as currently drafted is significant and sufficient. It provides our PD with the tools that it needs to enforce the ordinance. And the sooner we approve and pass this, the sooner we can begin enforcement. So any changes would require this going back and being republished in another hearing, and everyone's comfortable with what we have in terms of our legal counsel and our PD, and to wordsmith it, I think at this juncture is not the best use of our time or city staff, and let's pass this thing, approve it, and start enforcement immediately, or within 15 days, excuse me.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, we could make these changes tonight and it wouldn't slow anything up, right? If they're minor changes?
No, correct. So any substantive changes, we would waive full reading, introduce on first reading. It would then appear back on the consent calendar, most likely depending on the nature, unless there's a great direction to go research and do something on your guys' next meeting, on the 25th, on the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't have any problem with the way 12.40.020 is written, A, B, and C. But I do have a problem with the punishment of the violations 12.41.030. I think that the idea of the toolbox and having several different ways of handling things is nice, but it leaves it up to the police officer that's involved, and quite often, to be kind of frank about it, nothing happens. They get written an administrative penalty, and then they just get another one, and then another one, and another one, and nothing really happens. And I think that A and B should be switched, to be honest with you, and they should go in a waterfall sort of a manner, where the first thing you should do, and I think from what I understand, somewhat similar to what Manhattan Beach does, they write a civil administrative ticket to start with. There should be a certain number of those. Now, we can discuss whether it should be 3 or 5 or 100 or whatever it is, but I think that after a certain period of time, we've written enough of those, and this one particular person isn't going to do anything differently. They're going to continue to camp in the street or on the sidewalk, and no matter how many of those things they get. And so I think we should codify a particular number of administrative penalties first. Now, let me say this. I am not in favor of draconian measures to end homelessness. We can't arrest homelessness. We can't change it through jail time and punishment and so on. But we also can't change it by writing meaningless tickets that don't really do anything. There are a certain number of people that are homeless that don't want to change. They're resistant to it. They won't do it. If you write them a number of tickets and they do see the light, and some mental health person talks to them and they actually go, okay, you're right, I give up, I'm tired of this, I can't do it anymore, I want to go to court, I want to go to homeless court, I want to get better, or a family member talks to them and talks them into it, and that progress happens, I think that's wonderful. That's our first thing we should be doing, the kind thing to try and help them, try to promote them into housing of some kind, get them into a program of some sort that will help them. That's absolutely the best thing, the right thing for us to do, what we've been doing. But if we continue to do just that and write civil administrative penalties, and they continually do not respond to that, then at some point I think we have to go to a second level of action, and that would be what we now call A, I think should be B. After, let's just say 3 or 5, whatever. Let's say a finite number of civil administrative penalties first. When there is no response to that, then we go to a misdemeanor. And that takes its course. And if that doesn't work, then perhaps a third level, which would be, again, back to something similar to what Manhattan Beach does with this restraining order or keep away order, to try to accomplish something on the next level. I think it's still kind way to handle homelessness. We always should try to help them first, but honestly, sometimes they don't want the help. They won't take it, and so we just keep spinning our wheels, and really nothing gets accomplished. And I think to the rest of the city of Hermosa Beach, for instance, if you're the store owner that someone's camping within 20 feet of your store, and he calls to complain, officer and a mental health person comes out and talks to this person and says, well, you can't do this anymore, and so here's your administrative penalty, which essentially has very little teeth to it. And he goes, yeah, okay, fine, I don't care, write me a ticket. And he writes him another one, another one, another one. The store owner still has to live with that, because they may get up that moment and leave, but they're going to be back the next day, and then they're going to get their next one and their next one and their next one, and really nothing is accomplished. So at some point we have to say that we've tried to help you, we would still love to help you. Before we do the next step, a misdemeanor, won't you please accept help? Let's go down to the court, or let's get you into a program. We can do that still. But at that point, there has to be a point where they're not going to accept it, and so we have to move on to the next level and write them a misdemeanor. And then when that doesn't do anything, then maybe we go to the step of having the restraining order or some form of that. Okay. I think to the people that live here that say, I called, I complained, the guy's still there, he left for a day, he's back again, he left for a day, he's back again, you're not doing anything. I think we owe them something also, besides trying to do the very kindest thing we can do for the homeless, but I think we owe them something to accomplish a next step, another step, to be more effective in solving the problem for the rest of the city. So that would be my suggestion, is that we switch A and B around to put one before the other and have them in a waterfall effect. And if there is an appetite on council to add a third level to that of a restraining order of some sorts, then that would be there.
Okay.
These are all still tools in the toolbox. It's just now it's not up to the officer to decide, but there's a set of circumstances here for that officer to follow. We do this, and then we do this, and then we do this.
Well, I agree, and I think we talk more about the restraining order thing, because that might be a little separate, but Councilmember Detoy.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if Lieutenant or City Attorney wants to advise on this, but after 3 administrative citations, doesn't it automatically turn into a misdemeanor or failure to appear or one of those situations?
Correct,
I
yeah.
thought there's
so-
already those-
Right, so we do have a provision in our administrative citation that I believe that's within a certain number of,
Like in a
of
year.
months. Once again, this was kind of carved out, the penalty provisions of this proposed chapter are somewhat unique in that, hey, this is as drafted. We are just simply going to say, it's either as drafted, either a misdemeanor or an administrative citation. Councilmember Detour, you are correct. We do have that other provision that says it in 3 and 12. But if there was some appetite from council to say, we want to dispense with that temporal limitation, and it's just 3 no matter what. So if it's, within 366 days, that's something you guys can do as well. And basically what it would do is serve as almost like a check on the city in charging a misdemeanor under this code provision. Does that make sense? That it's basically saying, hey, as a prerequisite to misdemeanor charges, you must issue at least 3, or whatever the number is, and I want to, select that myself, issue that number of administrative citations.
And then the other question, I guess this will be for police. When you do make contact with individuals, granted if they're giving you the right name and date of birth, it is tracked in the MDC and you're able to count how many contacts or administrative citations were issued from a patrol car or via radio, or there is some checks and balances if you were to issue an administrative citation that it is tracked.
That's correct.
And then you can see the last time what was issued to that individual.
That's correct. And our system allows us to search for not only name and DOB, but location, vehicle they're associated with, et cetera, et cetera. So we could pull those stats. Absolutely, it's trackable.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yes.
In response to the ordinance that we already have, that 3 administrative citations within a year become a misdemeanor, I think that's virtually doing nothing again. In the case of, for instance, this business owner who has a homeless person sleeping in their front porch within 20 feet of their place, if he has to wait a year in order for this to move on to something more serious, he'll be out of business before anything actually happens for that individual. So I think any 3, or any 3 in a week, or don't put a time limit on it at all, just any 3. And that every time there is a phone call and an officer comes out to visit, if it's the next day, they write another one, and then another one and the next day.
That is how it currently is written.
So the 4th time, it would be a misdemeanor then?
It could be
The
in
4th time's a misdemeanor.
It could be in
that's how it
it could
is.
be in day 4.
Yeah, could be day 4.
Well, yeah, but
Monday,
you were
Tuesday,
saying
Wednesday,
that
Thursday. No,
The ordinance we already have says 3 in a year.
correct.
Yeah, I'd say 3 in a year, I'd say 3 period. If it happens 3 in a week, then it
That
becomes a
would,
misdemeanor.
that would become misdemeanor.
Yeah, the 4th time within a year would be a misdemeanor.
Yeah, but I'm not saying within a year, I'm saying the 4th time period.
Well, 1 a year for 4 years, and then
No,
it's a misdemeanor?
1 every day for a week, and after 3, it
That's how it
becomes
is,
a
that's
how
how
it
it's
is.
written.
Okay, that's fine. I thought it was 3 in a year, and then it becomes a
Yeah,
misdemeanor.
3 in a year, and then the 4th one becomes a misdemeanor. We're all clear on that then, Mr. City Attorney? Correct? They get one day, one the next day, a 3rd one, and then the 4th time, they would get a misdemeanor.
Correct. I just want to be sure. So as of drafted right now, that's not what it says. But if the direction of council requires the issuance of 3 administrative citations prior to availing ourselves to the misdemeanor punishment, that's clear. But I'm seeing some nods in both directions.
Okay.
Well, the other side, the way this is written, though, is if it's, day 1 citation, day 2 grossly escalated already or
You could
hasn't
do
moved on, they can go directly to a misdemeanor.
They could.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's why the or is in there. It doesn't, they don't have to do 1, 2, 3.
Right.
And they also don't even have to do 1 citation.
Right, but the way it is
goes
right now.
straight to-
They could write a dozen of those and not do anything other than that. That's
No,
what I'm saying.
but that goes back to, I think, what the city attorney was mentioning is we already have,
Doesn't say that here, though.
Right.
If that's the case now, then it should be written in this, it should be repeated in this.
Right. So I think we're kind of getting two issues conflated. The violation section of this chapter is somewhat unique. For other code sections in the city, it requires 3 administrative citations prior to being a misdemeanor. Based on the direction from last meeting, which I believe is why we've included the guilty of a misdemeanor, was direction from you all saying, we don't think that's sufficient. We want to be able to potentially go to a misdemeanor charge depending on, and I'm not going to sit up here and try to articulate all the various scenarios. So that's why it's drafted the way it is. So there's two separate things. In the administrative citation section, for a wide variety of code violations, not this one, for a whole plethora of other ones, in order for the city to avail itself to the misdemeanor, we need to hit someone with 3 administrative citations in 1 year. For this chapter, as drafted, we do not have that same requirement. It is either you're guilty of a misdemeanor or subject to civil administrative citations, the thought process being it is going to be a case-by-case analysis. Hey, the first time someone does it, and they said, okay, I'll leave, okay, maybe it's just administrative citation. As Councilmember DeToy said, if day 1 we issue them one, and then day 2 they have now expanded their campsite, so to speak, in park, maybe we're not going to, beat our heads against the
directly to
wall
this meeting.
and say, here, we may just go there. But once
And
again,
that's the way this is written now.
that is the option underneath this. Yes, correct. But once again, the language doesn't articulate every potential scenario. It doesn't dictate to the officer, hey, if there's been an increase, you have to do X, Y, and Z. It really is, deferred to the discretion of the officer in the field.
But also, in this particular ordinance, it does not say that after 3, you must go to a misdemeanor.
Right.
And that
is
what I would
correct.
like to add to this.
Okay.
Now, all else is even already, all other things considered equal, then that's fine, the way it is. You can go directly to that misdemeanor if you want to or not. But after 3, there's nothing more about it. You go directly to a misdemeanor after 3. That's what I'm suggesting.
Then that, if that is the will of the council, that can be put in.
All right, well, that's what I would like to have happen, and if there's acceptance with that and approval, then we can do it.
Okay.
And I would think the idea of tracking these cases and finding out what's going on, I think we're already, you touched on that, we're already tracking it. We can bring this all back in a year and take a look at it and see how it's working.
I think it's a great idea to put a little more teeth into this because we don't want a situation where a violator continually gets civil administrative penalties over and over and over and over again, and it never goes to a misdemeanor. So there's some way that we could word that in. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think our police would take offense to the suggestion that nothing is being done as they actively respond to calls for service. I mean, that said, we have to trust our sworn officers to uphold their duties with integrity as they do every single day. They shouldn't be bound by a playbook dictated by 5 council members when they are out there every single day and they have the discretion every time they pull somebody over, every time they approach somebody, is they assess the situation and apply their training, their skills, their common sense to dictate what is the best course of action. Sometimes it's a warning. Yeah, you blew the stop sign, don't do it next time. All right? Sometimes it's hey, this guy's being a jerk, he's getting the full ticket. So slow down in your F-150, Rob. So, and it's the same thing when they approach these folks who are homeless. They assess the situation. If the guy or gal moves along or sits down with a social worker or whatever, then they will do one thing. If they don't, then they have the option to do something else. I mean, to subscribe to a playbook, I think it's counterintuitive to what we allow them to do every single day, which is apply common sense, integrity, and their training to assess the situation and to figure out what the best course of action is. It may be a warning and maybe, hey, move along. It's, hey, let's sit down with the social services. But to go, all right, we're going to give you an administrative citation. Oh, I'll give you 1. Because you may, they can figure it out. Maybe 1, and maybe 2, it may be 0. It may go straight to a misdemeanor. They may just arrest the guy, depending on what he or she is doing. So, let the people do their jobs that they're sworn to do, and they do very well every single day. And I think we are just getting wrapped around the axle going 1 or 2 or 3 when, they understand what the policy is. They understand what the intent is. They understand that we're not going to arrest our way out of this. They understand the kindness aspect of it. You see it every single day. But they also understand there's a carrot and there's also a stick. And I trust that our law enforcement know how to do that. So I am comfortable with the way this is and would move that we move forward as drafted.
Mr. Mayor,
Second.
may I respond to
Well,
that?
there's a motion and a second, yes. I'd like to say something first that I understand Councilmember Jackson's point about that maybe, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, maybe there is a way we can put a grossly large amount on there where it goes to a misdemeanor and not something that would really take care of a situation that possibly could erupt where someone constantly gets an admin and never goes to a misdemeanor. So I'll just throw that out there, but I do understand the integrity of the officers we have to consider when the way it's written right now. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to respond to that.
Sure.
I did not mean to impugn the integrity of the police department or Hermosa Beach. I am 100% in favor of the police department we have right now. They're the greatest police department, as far as I'm concerned, in the state of California. And that is not what I meant to say. What I did mean to say, and this, I take this from my own personal experience. Some months ago, I'm not making this up, some months ago I was driving down Pier Avenue. There was a homeless person standing at the Dewey Weber surf fountain in front of the community center. Had his shirt off, standing there in his boxer shorts, washing laundry in that fountain and taking a bath in that fountain. I was appalled by this. I said, this should not stay the way it is. I called the police department on my car. I pulled over first, and right in front of Vaughn's parking lot. Called the police department, and I said, there's a homeless guy taking a bath in the fountain in front of the community center. They said, oh, okay, what does he look like, and blah, blah, blah. I filled out the report. I pulled over, stopped, parked there, and waited. About 20 minutes later, a police officer showed up, got out of his car, walked close to the person. He got from between here and the parking lot to him and shouted at him, hey, you can't do that. I could clearly hear him across the street. You can't do that. And the guy goes, yeah, well, I'm taking a bath. Well, so what? And the guy said, stop that. Don't do that anymore. Got back in his car and drove away. No citation, no warning, no actual action. Just got back in his car and drove away. Like, that's it. That's all we're going to do. So when I say that the perception in the public's eye is that the police department aren't doing anything, I didn't mean the police department. I didn't say the police department, by the way. I said the city isn't doing anything. Because when you call and you complain about something and that happens, someone shows up, but they don't do anything. They didn't stop him. They didn't say, pick up your clothes, put your shirt back on, let's go, get out of here. At least make him move on. But they didn't. They just let him continue taking a bath in there. And that's not the perception of not doing anything. That's not doing anything. So all I'm saying is that rather than leave this up to some arbitrary decision, because clearly that particular police officer, I think, did not make the correct arbitrary decision. They should have done something, at least written some sort of a ticket or something, or at least physically stopped him from doing it.
Well, would you be in favor of something like,
I
no
wanna
more than
finish.
6 in a week or 6 in a month? I mean, let's come
I
up
think
with some number that makes
three is a
reasonable.
reasonable number.
3 in how long, period?
3 period.
No, well,
And it should be each time there is a call and a complaint, then another one should be written, and then the next time there's a call and complaint, another one should be written.
I'm trying to reach some compromise so that the police do have that ability to have that. But if it's grossly a lot, then
That's the way it is right
goes
now.
to-
They can go right to misdemeanor if they want to. They have both tools in the toolbox. I'm saying that after using one tool 3 times, you automatically go to the other tool. I think that's only right
Well,
and
I
fair,
think,
and I think
to wait and how it troll out and a year later they get their third or something, I don't think we should be limiting the police to that much restriction. But if we could come up with a compromise, then I think maybe we could go
Well,
with
I
it.
think it's the other way around. It's no more than 3 per individual,
Okay.
period.
Councilmember Detoy.
I think Mayor Pro Tem's, what he saw was correct. I think that even shows the more importance of why we need to get this ordinance in place. And that's, again, why I'm in favor and supporting this motion. So
Right.
the sooner we get this in, because our old ordinance, I don't know where in the Muni Code it would say that. I'm sure there's something about taking a bath in a fountain, but
Correct. I would think so. And Mr. Mayor, I just want to pause it just for the record because I have heard that this does the purpose of the anti-camping ordinance is broader than just those that are unhoused. I want to be sure that everyone understands that the camping ordinance would apply to a whole host of things. Someone wants to protest and, stick a campsite in Clark Field outside of the camp as some kind of protest. This is what we would rely upon. So I just want to be clear for the record. This is not geared solely towards those that are unhoused. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I see no reason why we need to be in such a hurry with this. If this comes back in the next meeting and when we vote on it, we vote on it tonight and it comes back the next meeting, gets codified. We've been working on this for months anyway, so,
I'm willing to support something if it comes up with something reasonable. If
Right.
there's 5 in a month, then automatically it goes to that. Just so that there's some high end to it, but 3 over the course of the lifetime of an individual is just, that's unreasonable. So that's why I'm offering a compromise.
If you were a
that-
store owner and there was a person camping in front of your store and it was affecting your livelihood, would you say,
I don't
how
think
many would
that's-
you say is fair?
That's not the issue
No,
at
that
all.
is the issue. That's what it says right here.
Unfortunately, right now, it sounds like we're in the minority, so we're going to have to come up with a compromise to
Well, we
get
don't know
this-
that yet.
Well,
And that really
compromise
doesn't
to
make
get
any
somewhere.
difference. What's right is right,
Yeah,
minority or
okay,
otherwise.
all right.
Well, according to Department number C here, that's exactly what this means, within 20 feet of a building, a business.
Yeah.
And so if you're that person, how many do you think is fair? How long do you think you should have your business disappear because there's a homeless person within 20 feet of your entrance and it's ruining your business? How many do you think would be fair? I think 3 is a decent number.
I'm falling back to the idea that the police in the city has the discretion to do what they need to do to take care of the problem. We have a great ordinance in place here, ready to go, with a lot of teeth into it.
This ordinance
I'm
is
willing
in
to
place.
come up with some type of compromise that would work out, but that's the statement. Councilor Keegan, do you have any comments to make? No comments. Okay. Is there any other comments before we go to vote on this new ordinance?
And so I just want to
Yes.
confirm, Mr. Mayor, the motion was from Councilmember Jackson with staff recommendation, seconded by Councilmember DeToy.
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You got it. Thank you. Okay, Madam City Clerk, let's do the voting here. Okay, the votes are on the screen. I'd like to change my vote to a no so that we can continue to improve this ordinance. I'm changing it to a no. Since I didn't realize, Councilmember Keegan was going on it, I'm going to invoke Robert's rules, allows me to change the motion before the vote is announced. So I'm changing it to a no so we can work this ordinance out a little bit better.
So if I can, then, Mr. Mayor, I will announce the vote, if that's okay with you. So even though the screen says 3-2 carried,
Yes.
you have changed your vote, so the motion fails by a vote of 2-3 with yourself, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilmember Keegan all
Correct.
dissenting.
So now we're back to discuss this ordinance again to see if we can come up with a compromise wording that might be acceptable to Councilmember Keegan. He's remained silent on it, so have at it. Thought I'd get you to talk sooner or later, huh?
I'll defer my comments to Mayor Pro Tem.
You defer your comments?
Bacon?
So, I mean,
Your motion.
I'm going to propose that we include some high end on this draft ordinance, that if someone has received a civil administrative penalty for 3 in a week, that it automatically goes to a misdemeanor.
And so I just want to posit that is fine. We do have to rely upon the city prosecutor, so that direction would be fine in terms of the officer shall charge it as shall write it up as a misdemeanor. But I just want to be sure everyone understands that once that kind of gets outside of our hands, it's outside of our hands. What the DA may do, what the city prosecutor may do, what a judge may do. So I just want to be sure everyone understands that can be the direction from city council. Totally understand that. But it's if we all could decree the end of homelessness via this, we would have done it a long time ago.
Well, are you suggesting it's better to have a larger window, for example,
nope.
No.
6 in a month?
I'm
or-
not putting my finger on the scale one iota. I am just making sure everyone understands that just because we pass a law up here that says it shall be charged as a misdemeanor does not guarantee that it is successfully charged, prosecuted, and convicted, is all I'm
think we
saying.
all understand that.
Okay.
Okay, so, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd be more than willing to accept 3 in a week. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
3 within a
Yeah,
7-day.
that's fine. I just don't want it to be open-ended, that
No,
you can get
that's
as many
right.
of these as you like, and it's just not going to make any difference. And that's my only reason in bringing this all up. So if that is a compromise that you're willing to accept, I will accept that, 3 in a week, and it goes, the next one goes to a misdemeanor, period. And I would so move that change as a motion. I move that we, unless there's other,
I'm going to ask
Comments?
to hear a comment from Councilmember Detoy first before we go on. with
Again,
this.
I'm going back to, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going back to our previous, if there's 3 admin sites in a calendar year, which also could happen in a week, it would escalate to a misdemeanor. So I don't understand where this is, what's taking so long.
because that's in the municipal code, not in this code, not in this ordinance.
And so
This ordinance is unique and separate from that.
And also, again, I deal with MDCs quite a bit. I don't run people in them, but I can go to premise history, how many times we responded to an address, look at previous calls. I know the police on their side have more information on individuals. And again, if they see that it is a nuisance, I'll use that word, they can escalate this and charge, or whatever the legal term is, move it up to a misdemeanor. So,
Right, and so as I understand it, and Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, feel free to interrupt me and tell me if I get it wrong. The difference in the aforementioned municipal code is that there's always retention of prosecutorial discretion, right? That, hey, we can issue 3, 4, a 5th one. Once you hit that 3 in a calendar year, it just opens up a new potential option. What I'm hearing the direction from council being is that in this instance, if you get 3 in a week, so let's just start on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, come Thursday, the officer comes back, sees this individual in the same, violating this no matter what, that officer is going to be prohibited from issuing another administrative citation. Once again, we cannot force an officer to issue a misdemeanor. That always retains their, as Councilmember Jackson said, that kind of discretion, but it would prohibit them from issuing that 4th administrative citation within a week. Is that accurate, or did I get that wrong? Okay,
No.
you're shaking your head, so please, yeah, go ahead.
No, after 3, I'm trying to protect the shop owner.
No, yeah,
and
I understand, yeah.
And the homeowner. You come up and you go open the door in the morning, get your paper, and there's a guy laying there on the sidewalk in front of your home. Your kids shouldn't have to deal with that. And so you try to do the best thing you can, and the person is not going to accept help. The police come out 3 times and write this ticket, and he's still there on the 4th time. I want to give that person, that citizen of Hermosa Beach, the ability to call the police department the 4th time and say, okay, we've tried this 3 times, nothing's happening, now I would like you to write that misdemeanor. Let's move on to the next level. And I think that's only fair for everyone in the city. I'm all for helping the homeless, but at some point, we need to kind of give that person the ability to move this on to another level.
But the suggestion I'm making is 3 within a week, not
Okay.
3 in a year.
Right.
That's 3 within a week. If it comes back the week after,
We can start over again.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's,
Okay,
it's
yeah.
only in the extreme possibility. I mean, hopefully this never happens.
I agree.
This is hopefully
I
not
totally
a
agree.
situation we're
Right.
typically going to have.
Right.
We would expect to be able to reach out to the unhoused, get them assistance, get them help, do all the things that are necessary to help people along. This is what we want to do. This is what we're about here. We're not putting so much teeth into here that it's outrageous. We're just eliminating the off chance that there's a situation like that just is not amenable. And when the 4th time comes, as the city attorney correctly stated, and I want to clarify that when that 4th time comes, that officer would have a choice of giving them a misdemeanor or not taking any action because they've already had 3 in that week. And that still is an option that we can't force the police officer to issue
If
that.
this ordinance says so,
Correct, no, we cannot, for a variety, I mean, think about, and once again, I'll defer to the police 100%. Sure, if they're about to issue that and then all of a sudden they get a call that there's an active shooter down on Pier Plaza, we can't force them to say, sorry, no.
no, of course not.
Yeah.
That's an
Right,
extreme thing.
right.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, no, right, but I mean, unfortunately, we do have to legislate with, and I agree, the most ridiculous, not ridiculous, that's the wrong term to use, the most, serious or potentially, harmful things that are occurring, that we as a city council cannot dictate to an officer, you must do X in case of Y.
So, I think it's a reasonable compromise. Councilmember Keegan, could you weigh in? Do you agree with something like this, or what's your objection to the initial no vote that you provided there that I decided to take back again?
Well, we don't want to display our position, so if there's another motion on the floor, I'll weigh it and decide.
And then we'll go from there, huh?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so I've already,
You made that motion that after 3 in a week, it goes to a misdemeanor.
And so, go ahead, Councilmember Torres.
And I will second that motion. for
well,
further
no, there is
discussion.
a point here that we have to understand. From what you just said, that we cannot, the officer is not required to write a misdemeanor, but we can write this so that those first 3 become a misdemeanor. Is that not correct?
No. So basically, as I understand the direction, well, I do have a couple questions. Is the intent of this motion to prohibit the ability to charge with a misdemeanor at the very first instance?
No, not at all.
So
No.
that is, okay, I see
No.
what you're saying. So it always remains the initial time. At any time, the officer can always issue a misdemeanor.
Absolutely.
Saying that, what you guys are saying.
Either
that
or.
Upon issuing 3 administrative citations in 1 week, basically the officer is, another way to say that, a 4th administrative citation will not be issued, such that the only other penalty that is available under this chapter shall be the misdemeanor.
Yes, that's what I'm looking for.
Got that?
I believe so. Yes.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, and I seconded the motion. I'll just state that we've got some teeth already in this ordinance. I believe that this little provision is a reasonable compromise in unforeseen circumstances where we might need to use a tool like that. So, thank you. Is there any further discussion on this? Councilmember Jackson.
The fact that we're spending an hour plus on this is just mind-boggling. The scenario you laid out, Mayor Pro Tem, with the guy on the sidewalk by the person's house, I guarantee if there's a second call, our PD are going to handle that. It's not going to be we'll give you another citation, then wait for the 3rd one, then wait for a 4th one. Our folks will handle that. So the fact that we're telling them how to make the lemonade as opposed to just, it's mind-boggling that we're at this level as policymakers, because that's, what we're doing is an exercise in futility. At the end of the day, they have the tools they need to enforce the ordinance, period.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Sure wish I could know where Councilmember Keegan's going on this, but that's your right to remain silent.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Dudley.
I view this as actually more restrictive in a not beneficial way. Again, if you issue a citation on Monday and Tuesday, and there's a tendency for someone to maybe go to the hospital, they stay in the hospital from Wednesday to Sunday, they get on a Monday, that's a week later, theoretically, the 3 could start again. 3 in a calendar year is actually, I think, stronger of an argument. They hop over to Redondo for a week and then come back. I think there's already tools. This is written in a more, it gives our officers greater latitude than specifying 1, 2, 3 in a week. Oh, shoot, it's the next week. I just think that we're way too convoluted on this. And again, I feel strongly on how it's written initially.
I appreciate those comments, and that's why my initial idea was to just say after 3, the 4th one is automatically a misdemeanor. Not make it in a week or a year or a day or not put a time limit on it at all. Just say that once a person has gotten 3 administrative tickets for the same offense, then it goes to a misdemeanor. The fourth one becomes a misdemeanor, period. There's no, waiting a day or two or come back and start over again, all of that. But it's so simple to just say that we want to be the kindest way we can is to let this person try and get the idea that you can't do this anymore. And so we give 3 administrative tickets, which are really basically very toothless. There isn't too much consequence to it. So I would like to add consequence after 3. That's what I wanted in the first place. We have to compromise to make it in a week or a year or whatever. It does confuse things. I agree with that. I just want to put more teeth into this and just say, okay, you got 3 chances and you didn't take any of them. Now the 4th time you're going to get a misdemeanor.
I'm trying to work out some
That's what I'm
compromise
trying to
since
do.
we don't know how this vote's going. Mayor, Councilmember Detoy, would it be better if we had 10 in a month? I don't know.
No.
I don't know. Is there something
going
that
backwards.
could?
I just have a clarification for the city attorney one more time. I know that this is different from our other administrative citations, but if there was 3 in a year, would the next one be issued a misdemeanor?
So I can't tell you that it would be no matter what issued a misdemeanor. It would allow the officer to issue a misdemeanor.
But we also, the way this is written, could issue it, number 1, to protect that business.
Correct.
They close down business.
Correct.
Within
If
12
someone is-
hours overnight.
Yep.
It is
You could.
overly complicated, complex encampment or whatever moved in. Officer could go directly to issue a misdemeanor.
It's that way now.
We already
Correct.
have more teeth in this than we
Correct.
normally have. Yes, granted.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm confused.
We
I mean,
do
we-
already
we-
have more teeth in this ordinance
No, I realize that, but
than the 3 exist currently. So we got a lot of teeth
We-
there. We're just trying to toothen it up a little more.
we write ordinances all the time that give the police department clear instructions on what we would like to see happen in the city. You can't go through a stop sign. So we leave it up to the officer to give them a warning or not. That's fine. I don't have any problem with any of that. But if you go through a stop sign, you're supposed to get a ticket for it. If you're speeding, you're supposed to get a ticket for it. And then that's what they're supposed to be doing. And so all I'm trying to say is that when you've given 3 warnings, then it's time to just write write them a ticket.
Okay.
Yeah, make it.
Anyway,
Yeah.
any more questions on the motion we have before us? Okay, Madam City
Hang
Clerk.
on, Mr. Mayor, I just
Yes.
want to be sure for the record, because this is what because we are making a substantive change. The motion, and you guys don't need to repeat this, it's introduced by title only and waive first reading of ordinance number 25-1486, finding the same exempt from CEQA as amended by Mr. Mayor Pro Tem's motion. I'm not going to repeat it. I got it. It'll come back for second reading
Great.
on the next item, if this motion were to pass.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I will not be supporting this because I think the 15-day implementation is more important than any of our conversation for last hour.
It's a 15 day.
So it goes into effect, it would go into effect 30 days
Or 30
after
days.
today. We have to get the ordinance, Madam City Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we published the.
It's got to
summary.
take, excuse me, it says 15 days for the, following adoption, you post a copy of the bulletin for
Correct.
30 days.
Yep.
So 15 and 30.
It's 15 we have to post. It goes into effect 30 days from adoption.
Thank you.
But once again, to be clear, the motion on the floor is introduced by title only and waive first reading. So if this were to pass, it'll come back on your next
Correct.
agenda.
Correct. Madam City Clerk, could we open up voting? Okay, the results are up on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you please review the results?
Motion carries by a 3-2 vote with Councilmember Detoy and Councilmember Jackson voting no.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You can now change your vote again.
What's next on our agenda, Madam City Clerk?
Next, we have item 17A, purchase of mobile digital computers for Police Department Real-Time Crime Center.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Lieutenant Polstra that will be presenting the staff report.
Thank you, Madam City Manager, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Should I pause for all of us to be present? No. Okay. The City of Hermosa Beach has secured $963,000 in federal grant funding to establish a real-time crime center aimed at enhancing law enforcement response and community safety. The essential part of this real-time crime center can be broken down into three components. That's computers, software, and cameras. The MDCs, mobile digital computers, as you all may or may not know, are essential equipment tools in our police vehicles. We use them on calls for service, for seamless communication with dispatch, to get information, updated information on calls, including dispositions. If approved, the 29 MDCs requested will be allocated as follows: 16 for police vehicles, 11 for community service fleet, and 2 reserved for command staff as extras and also standby in case some breakdown. Staff recommends City Council authorize the purchase of 29 mobile digital computers, including the supporting hardware and warranties from Code 3. We already have a cooperative Sourcewell agreement in an amount not to exceed $168,793, and this purchase would be entirely funded by grant monies. Any questions?
Are there any questions from council of the presenter? No? Seeing none? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, we'll open it up to public comment. Do you have any cards?
We did not receive any speaker cards. If you are joining the meeting by Zoom, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. Mayor Pro Tem, we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay, and no virtual hands raised either from in the public. Okay, so I'll close public comment, bring it back to the council. Any deliberations, comments, questions? Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, happy to support this. MDCs are vital in keeping our officers safe and getting the latest information to the folks in the field. So I move staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Second. So moved. Is there a second? Is there any other comment? No? Seeing none. Is there a second?
Mr. Jackson.
Jackson, second. Okay, thank you. Then if there's no other questions or comment, I'll call a vote. Madam City Clerk? Madam City Clerk, would you read the count, please?
Motion carries, noting Mayor Francois did not vote on this item.
Great, thank you. And so let's move on to 17B. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. So this is a continuation of an item from last council meeting. Where we're reviewing 2 main topics. One is the downtown parking lot regulations, mainly the maximum hours at each of the 4 downtown lots, along with the employee parking permit program. So council's direction was to provide some more detailed operational information at the lots for you guys to make a better, well-informed decision before we change any of the program. So just as a refresher, after the COVID-19 safety ordinance here in the city, the downtown lots were, there was a 3-hour maximum parking lot enforcement at these lots. So recommendation on the table now is looking to loosen those and revert back to the maximum operational hours from the pre-COVID time period. Again, this chart here shows you essentially the peak activity for the 3 main downtown lots over the last 4 years, with a big takeaway being Lot C, the usage slowly coming down from right after COVID. So we're going to go into detail more about the operations at each of the 4 lots to give you more context of the no parking restrictions and the cleaning schedules at each of these lots. So the first one is Lot A, right in the downtown area, 139 spaces. Just a point of clarification, this is an open lot, so no barriers, no fences, no gate arms, so a completely open lot marked for those 139 spaces. There's no parking for street sweeping on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 5 to 6 a.m. Again, those hours were chosen to minimize the impact on downtown operations, along with the CSO patrol schedule. So again, the time frame being as tight as possible to minimize the impact to potential parkers in this lot. Just another point of reference to the weekly cleaning schedule. The staff does clean by hand around the lot daily. Power washing, pressure washing, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. And the more detailed scrubber is out into that lot for more of the main special events, particularly during the summertime. Oops, Lot B. So Lot B, a little bit smaller, 35 spaces. Again, a completely open lot, no fencing, no gate arm. So again, it's pay for parking with the machines. The no parking is Mondays from 6 to 7 a.m. This you'll see the different dates. It's more for coordination amongst the sweeper operations to ensure greater efficiency. Again, the goal here being minimizing impact to potential parkers in this lot, staying away from the peak hour times. And the cleaning schedule is there. Hand clean daily, pressure washing and power washing Monday, and again, scrubber only for special events. The Lot C, the more robust structure, nearly 300 spaces, fully enclosed structure, 3 stories, no gate arm in the front. So right now it is a free coming and going. Enforcement and parking operations is mainly on patrolled by CSOs and maintaining reference to the no parking signs there. This one is no parking for street sweeping in there Monday and Friday from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Again, a little bit bigger facility to sweep, hence the larger time frame. Again, in coordination with nearby lots, so that's why the schedule's set that way. Weekly cleaning schedule, again, daily hand washing or hand cleaning. 1 floor per week is pressure and power washed. And again, the scrubber is 1 floor per week. Lot D, somewhat more uptown. This one only has 19 spaces. And again, a completely open lot, no gate arms, no fencing around the area. Fridays are the days for street sweeping, no parking from 8 to 9 a.m. And then the cleaning schedule is listed there. To pivot to the second topic, which is the employee parking permit program. Just in front of you here essentially are the criteria for the parking permit program. Again, the business must be within the city's impacted parking area. The business the business license must be current, and then an employee proof of employment has to be there. Pay stub if you're an employee. Again, similar criteria as the residential parking permit program, registration and valid ID. Real quick, there's 2 flavors of the employee permit parking program. There is the annual permit, which is the on-street parking, so the yellow cap meters. It's $175 per year for these permits. The total counts there, roughly 200 in any given year. These are the ones that you can park, again, on-street yellow cap meters. That's opposed to the monthly permit program. So right now, they can park at any level of Lot C. There's 2 flavors of this permit. One is a 24 hours a day permit, which is $75 per month. And there's a daytime permit from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. for $38 a month. Again, the subscription or the amount of permits sold in any given year is there, right there, much more robust than the annual parking program. Employee annual parking permit, the monthly ones are way more subscribed. So again, really quick, I just wanted to give you some brief information to have a more robust discussion, but that concludes my presentation. Happy to address any questions and have a healthy debate.
Thank you very much. So basically, we have 3 issues to deal with. One is the hours. Obviously, the 3 hours went in during COVID. Before then, we were open 24/7, how to adjust and correct that. The other is the employee permit and whether to change that to yearly, monthly, and then also changing the dollar amount of what that might be. Correct? Those are the main
Yes, that's
thrusts
on the
of what
table,
we have
yes.
to get to. On page 6 of the staff report, let me just pull it up here. It states here that that if parking were limited to overnight, we would have to install gates. Could you explain a little bit more what that means?
That goes into the enforcement mechanism. So there's, I guess, two main ways to enforce overnight parking in that lot. One, right now the community service officers patrol till 2 a.m. and they pick up patrol again at 5 a.m. So if council wants to focus on that overnight period, there's multiple ways to enforce that. One is gate arm and close that you can tow, which is kind of very, very cost prohibitive. Another one is installing a gate arm to prevent exits at a certain time. Again, very, very cost prohibitive. But it's essentially an enforcement mechanism of how you want to enforce the overnight parking stay if a car's left overnight. So the CSO team is here to talk about that. From the parking perspective, we've gotten minimal complaints about overnight vehicles. The way it's cited now is if you leave your car there overnight, it's most likely still going to be there at 5 a.m. You're going to get a ticket. So the ticket has been a very powerful enforcement mechanism. People know that you leave your car there, the signs are very transparent and there. You leave it overnight, you're most likely going to get ticketed.
Okay, thanks. So for keeping it, for simplicity's sakes, if we go back to the way it was before, they would be required to move it in time for street sweeping, or they would face a ticket for street sweeping at that time.
Yep.
And that's been very effective.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if you're leaving the car there, it's very, very small chance you're going to come back at 5 o'clock to come move it.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you for the briefing. So the non-parking lot C, so the yellow meter parking spaces.
Yep.
Right now, an employee gets the same sticker that a resident receives,
In that area, correct.
right?
Yep.
So then he or she or that employee can park anywhere in the city that a resident can park with a yellow meter, or in the 1 hour spaces, or anywhere, because they have the same sticker that
Correct.
a resident has.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, in the impacted area, but essentially the whole city, because if it's not
Right.
in the impacted area.
Exactly. Okay. That's all I've got. Thank
Okay.
you.
Councilman Keegan? Anyone else on my left? Any questions? Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
So after we make this discussion tonight, vote on this, when would this take effect? All of the, in other words, changing the hours from 3 hours maximum to 6 hours in parking lot A and so on, changing over to, this does not include the license plate readers for the residential area and so on. This is just
No,
the
this is
downtown
not. This is
parking?
not
Yeah.
with ALP. This is anything with enforcement. We still have the same enforcement mechanism, which is just CSOs patrolling.
All right.
Correct.
And so when would all that go into effect?
So the
Assuming we pass it tonight.
The 3 to 6 hours will take some time. It's essentially a sign overlay, so there'll be the most minimal staff cost and sign cost will be just the overlay of going from 3 to 6 hours. Depending on the extent of the other changes, the short answer, unfortunately, is it depends. If you're changing the structure of a price, minimal. If you're changing the no parking hours, obviously way more impact. But the least impactful change is going from 3 to 6. We can execute that pretty quickly.
Matter of weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. And right now, what Councilman Jackson just said, let me just, for clarity, the employees get the same sticker that residents get, and they can use that sticker in all the same areas throughout the city, the downtown area?
Yeah, it's essentially a de facto residential sticker. I think that's the issue Councilmember Jackson's bringing up, is that the freedoms and abilities warranted with that permit is relatively similar to the residential permit. So
Yeah, okay.
I can see that line of thinking.
At least that's the way it is now.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
But just
Okay.
one point of clarification:
Oh,
there's only 200 of those right now compared to the nearly 2,000. I just wanted to just understand scale. Just want to point that
Sure.
out.
Thank you.
Yeah, could be 2.
Okay, thank you. Let's open it up for public discussion. Any members of the chamber wishing to come up and speak on this item? Okay, Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone online?
Yes, we do. Matt McCool, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello, Mayor Francois, City Council staff, Matt McCool. I'll be super brief on this because this is a pet peeve of mine for years and years and years. Is utilitarian viewpoint on this is in the downtown area. We know late night there is a large percentage of alcohol consumption that's going on. I've never understood why we would enforce and penalize somebody overnight for leaving their vehicle. far beyond my 20s, years and years ago, but there are people in their 20s who may come to Hermosa Beach, at some point realize that they have had too much to drink and realize that they need to take the smart decision of not driving home and leaving their vehicle overnight, and they will be penalized. That has always been my number one pet peeve with this enforcement of the overnight parking, where we should incentivize people and not penalize them for parking overnight and doing the smart thing by not drinking and driving, especially with the number of DUIs that happen in Hermosa Beach. So that's just a sidebar, something to think about. But, you know, I've been a big advocate for this. I want to prevent people from drinking and driving. And if their decision point is, hey, I'm going to get a $60 or $40 ticket, whatever it is, I have no idea, versus me deciding, hey, I'm going to go ahead and drive, it should be a consideration. That's my time. That's a piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, is there anyone else online?
Mayor, I do not see any other virtual hands raised.
Okay, bringing it back to the chambers. No one else wishing to speak at the chambers, bringing it back to the council. So we have a few things to go. And I agree with the commenter about not having a complete closure on a parking lot, especially with the implementation of gates, but I think it can be implemented in a fair and equitable way. So I don't know, does the council wish to talk about the dollar amounts for the permits or the restrictions on the permits first? You want to, Councilor Jackson, you want to go ahead with your suggested changes on that? How's that sound?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that it's time we delineate employees from residents. I think the employee parking for Hermosa Avenue yellow caps should be limited to Hermosa Avenue only. I don't think they should have the same sticker, which provides the same benefits as a resident. And I think the requirements should be comparable to those for Lot C. So if it's monthly permits for Lot C, then we can have monthly permits for Hermosa Avenue, and I think it should be Hermosa Avenue only, none of the side streets, none of the 1-hour parking. A slight price increase, I think I'd be okay with that. I think that's more than fair. You know, it's still a great deal because with that employee parking comes an opportunity. You know, people can come for the weekend, and park and utilize premium parking. But I think we do need a distinguishing employee versus residents, and I think a hang tag comparable to what we give for those in Lot C would be consistent with that program, and the monthly or whatever it is, monthly every 2 months in terms of getting a new one, because we know that employees turn over and they're here today, gone tomorrow, and they should not get the benefit of an annual pass. So those are my initial thoughts, Mr. Mayor.
So that would be monthly, including Hermosa Avenue and the top floor only of Lot C, is that?
So the Lot C permit, consistent with what we discussed the last time, upper floor, for a particular rate, whatever that is decided upon. And then another parking option would be Hermosa Avenue, because some people on the north side, south side, wherever, will like to park on Hermosa Avenue, closer to where their businesses are. So that would be an option for those folks who choose to park on Hermosa Avenue, or they go to the next block on Valley or Ardmore or Horonda or wherever, and they park for free, which is what a lot of them do now anyway. So whatever the standard is for Lot C, I think the Hermosa Avenue option should be consistent with Lot C in terms of frequency requirements and a distinguishable employee hang tag for Hermosa Avenue, I think, only.
Do you think it would be more reasonable to just have one that would include either the top floor of Lot C and Hermosa Avenue, so it would be similar to administrate, or you're talking about two separate types of passes?
I think it's two. I mean, Lot C is typically more expensive than Hermosa Avenue.
Oh, I got you, okay.
So
It's two now separate, correct?
It's separate now,
it's
right?
separate now, right? So it's consistent with that, but, you know, you buy one pass. If you want to park in Lot C, top floor, you pay this amount. If you want the option of parking from the north end of Hermosa to the south end of Hermosa for another fee, you have that option, but only on Hermosa Avenue, I think.
Great, thank you. Any other comments regarding that proposal? Yeah, thank you, Councilmember.
So I guess to make that clear, they're two separate programs. You know, they're not at all aligned, correct?
they would be two separate passes. What I'm hearing Councilmember Jackson say is they would both
So
be
to
on
do what
monthly
you said,
cycle.
you'd have to buy 2 passes.
No, you buy one or the other.
One or
which
the
is what
other.
they're doing now.
Two separate areas, two separate passes, but both on a monthly cycle is what I'm understanding. Okay.
I'm sorry, so both allow you to park on Hermosa Avenue?
No. Right now, you can buy a pass for Lot C.
I get that.
The other option is they would buy another sticker, the same sticker that a resident would get, and would allow them to park anywhere in the impacted area. My suggestion is that we limit that from anywhere in the impacted area to just Hermosa Avenue and have the same monthly or bi-monthly, whatever requirements are that we impose for Lot C. So you buy one for Lot C, you buy one for Hermosa Avenue.
So my question, Marion, is that going to pose a problem? Now you've got to make a whole nother category of sticker?
No, it'll just change the administrative requirements, because right now the annual permits, I guess one issue is we've already sold annual permits. They're in existence now. They more or less align with the residential parking permit program. So I would say majority of those 200 are going to be up for renewal anyways, and then in a few months. But essentially, it would just be they would have to now renew monthly. So those 200 people were just proving proof of employment once. Now they're approving. They would have to approve it. We have to approve it monthly. That's the only administrative difference.
And so administratively, how would that work for them? Would they pay, how is that paid?
Right now, it's paid at the flat 100. What is it, 175 a year? They would just have to pay each month now for that permit.
And what would be the total for that? Same amount?
That's
rough stuff
a
to
discretion
figure out after
for
we
you
get
all.
this
Yeah, I think
straight.
right now there is a discount compared to the residential parking permit, which Councilmember Jackson mentions, and then the Lot C permit on the employee side is also lower than the regular off the street. If you're just a resident wanting to buy a Lot C permit, it's more expensive. I think the thinking from council before was to encourage employees to come off street or from on street into the structure. So I think that's why you have had that tiered pricing structure to encourage more employees to park in Lot C to free up space in other lots for residents and community visitors.
And so, let's say you prorated the 175 or rounded that up, or that would get debited every month out of a credit card, or how do you administrate that?
We could, the way now is we'd process, the annual one, it's through our permit portal. We could
Correct,
set it
I
up that
understand how
way.
the current one works.
It would just be a monthly, yeah, we could set it up in the new system by credit card or accept payment at our cashier's office if needed.
But then again, we wouldn't get people who need to work 6 months, they pay a whole year, and we get the whole year up front, we get the money sooner, correct?
Correct if it's all in 1 year, but to Councilmember Jackson's point, I think he's in favor of doing it at a monthly cadence versus the annual.
Monthly, or, if it makes sense, every 2 months, every 3, whatever makes the most sense. My problem with the current program, and I don't mean to take your time there, sir, is we've been giving them an annual pass, and there's so much turnover with employees, and and they've had the same privileges that residents have had.
But if you look consistently, we sell the same amount of passes every year, so I don't think it's a big changeover. It's the same people buying it because the numbers don't change.
Unfortunately, since we can't get it, we can't verify employment, of that whole year span. It's kind of an unknown. I'm assuming, Councilmember Keegan, that we're more or less going to get the same amount of people applying for that, depending on what the ramifications are for Lot C.
I'm thinking that it's a lot more administration. We get the cash up front. We get to use the money right away. We get it in April. And I mean, I wouldn't want to start any of this program till April because people, like you said, already have passes.
Or quarterly. I think there's room for compromise.
Yeah,
but it is administratively will be more burdensome to
right, that's what I'm saying.
Verification.
All we need now is to hire more staff to manage this. That's what we'll hear next.
And
So-
Councilmember Keegan, to your question earlier about the different type of pass, if council makes changes to the annual employee permits, we would order a new type of pass, and that would take 4 to 6 weeks, typically.
Which we'd still make it by April 1,
Yes,
maybe.
maybe. Depending on if the decision's made tonight.
Right, if it's done tonight. I just think that you're complicating something that's not that complicated right now. I think we should leave it annually and just keep it going. There's 200 people every year getting the same pass, and we're making it hard on staff, and we're already creating a new sticker. I don't know, all this work for monthly billing, and people quitting early will lose money. I mean, if they only stay a half year, they don't get stuck with the pass. I mean, every year you get the money up front.
The point is they work for 2 months during the summer. We've sold them an annual pass, they now have an annual pass to park anywhere in the city when they no
It's-
longer
it's-
work here.
yeah, and that's a huge crime.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
Councilor
parking and it's
Keegan's saying
revenue.
that it's not worth the extra trouble and giving
We
them
get the
up.
money, though. We're getting the money. We only get 2 months otherwise.
They're receiving taxpayer subsidized parking and they don't work or live in the city.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. When we say, in relation to employee parking passes, we say Lot C, are we talking about the upper level of Lot C only?
So
Because
right
that's
now,
the way it was.
Right now, employee parking is at any level in Lot C. I think what Councilmember Jackson's
is.
idea is just restricting it to the top level.
Yeah, I thought it was already, but the proposal, your proposal, Mr. Jackson, is to make it the upper level of C only.
Yes, sir.
I agree with that. I agree with the monthly parking pass for employees because in summertime, there's a lot of hiring that goes on and for the restaurants and so on, and it seems kind of wrong to make them buy an annual pass. Granted, we get the money early and we get to spend it, but it's kind of doesn't make sense for them to pay for an annual pass. Plus, they get to use it for a whole year and they don't work here anymore. So I disagree with that. I wholly agree with the idea of no longer issuing what are essentially residential passes to employees. That's wrong, completely wrong, and should change this on April 1st when we change to a new system. Employee passes for employees, residential passes for residents, period. I would wonder if we're going to restrict employee parking to the upper level of C and Hermosa Avenue, should it be from, let's say, Martha's to Mickey's, rather than all of Hermosa Avenue from all the way north end to south end? That's an awful lot of area in between there that's all residences. An employee can use that pass to park, for blocks and blocks and blocks where there is no work for them. So most of it is in the downtown area. That's why Lot C, upper level of Lot C works, because you can work on Upper Pier and walk from Lot C up there once or twice a day back and forth. So maybe it should be the downtown section of Hermosa Avenue, which maybe, as a suggestion, perhaps from Martha's, what is that, 20, is it 22nd? 22nd Street to 8th Street, I think, where Mickey's is?
Second. It's
That's
almost
second.
the whole city.
It's the whole city. I mean, you're getting picky uni.
Yeah, it's making it more complicated, but
Just a
that's your
suggestion. If you don't like it,
Yeah,
it's okay.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of, for the parkers, it's a lot to remember which streets.
Okay. Other than that, I agree with Councilman Jackson's recommendation.
Councilmember Detoy.
I was in favor of doing it monthly, just like the other lots, but I'm amenable to doing it quarterly. But again, we already are approving. So the 1,600, that's over the full year, right?
The monthly passes?
Yeah, and Lot C
Yeah.
in the 1,700. So
And because it's monthly, you get people that could be working for a month or two in the summer, like Councilmember Keegan and Jackson said, and they could turn over. So it's not necessarily 1,600 for the whole year, all 12 months.
So you're issuing about 200 to 400 a month, depending on the month.
I don't have the monthly stats off the top of my head, but yeah, I mean, obviously more during the summertime when the summer economy is in full stretch.
I mean, I don't think it's gonna be overly burdensome to add 10 to 15. So we should not be issuing the residential passes to employees. So I am in favor of creating a new one, either laminated card or whatever it is. But that does need to change. As far as cost and how often they need to re-up, I'll see where my colleagues.
So you're okay with annually then? Or did you want monthly?
I would monthly or quarterly. Quarterly would be the furthest I'd go.
I guess quarterly is a compromise that makes it a little less cumbersome on staff, but gives a time
But they
period.
already are issuing, several hundred a month for the Lot C ones.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
One more additional question. Thank you, Councilman Detoy, for bringing up the possibility of it being a card. It's not a hang tag, it's a sticker, right? For employee parking.
The annual one right now, yeah.
Okay. Shouldn't the monthly ones or quarterly, whatever we decide on, should they be also a sticker to avoid having an employee hand their pass to somebody else and they use it to park someplace.
How is CSO going to know, which ones are any good? That's why I said the
I think
annual
just
one.
having it distinguishable from the annual passes residential is probably the easiest. I think the hardest part is that if you have similar passes, Carlos and his team are putting their bifocals on and looking
That's
at
what I
every
mean. It's
car.
gonna be
Yeah, so as
difficult.
long as we can have it where it's easily distinguishable, where Carlos and his team can cite for those expired permits, the better.
If it's a transferable hang tag, can it be transferred from one car to another? And how would OS officer know that it's on the right car?
That's what we have for parking lot C right now, is a hang tag.
Well, I know, but I mean, they could say, "Oh, you're coming down to visit, so oh, here's my employee pass, and you can use it."
Right.
It should be a sticker so that it's only on the employee's car. I'm just saying, doesn't that make sense?
If we want to get into an additional sticker business.
We can, we
Well,
can,
a sticker or a
You
hang
know.
tag, which is cheaper? Does it really make a difference? Can you make a sticker?
Likely
that's-
the hang tag is probably slightly more. I don't have the data in front of me, but we can make that change to a sticker if that's a concern.
Yeah.
But CSOs are expertly able to distinguish between the passes simply because they are so distinguishable. So if it's Hermosa Avenue only, we know that it's a very specific pass that's Hermosa Avenue only. And just to also share, when we have our new software that we are working on, it will be easier for CSOs to validate the permits. They don't have to rely on their visual validation.
With the license plate reader.
Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe
But
we
when
should.
will that take place, though, the license plate reader?
So that's why you were gracious to offer us the extension. And so the software will go into place, but in terms of when the license plate reader will be active,
Not April 1st, I can
yeah,
guarantee
it's not
that.
April 1st.
Well, then when, roughly?
Right now, it's actually going to take, you're going to actually would see an item before council, whether it's the LPR or parking enforcement policy and the actual vendor. So the RFP for that vendor hasn't been onto the street yet. So I don't foresee the LPR technology in a conservative basis deployed for this parking year.
Makes sense.
Okay.
This parking term, you mean for the next year?
Correct.
Okay. And that would include also residential because it's the same
Yes.
technology.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
So I guess we're okay with quarterly then? Quarterly?
Yeah,
And
We're okay with quarterly, and are we okay with
quarterly?
hang tag or sticker?
Stickers?
I think we should probably stick with the system we have, because in 12 months, we'll have
Yeah,
the license plate thing, and why change everything for 1 year?
It's just a
I
suggestion.
think we're getting too far in the weeds and let staff determine which
Yeah.
ones
Yeah,
Yes,
that's fine. So-
I agree.
Quarterly, now our next step is to determine how much we're going to charge. So I'll allow Councilmember Jackson to,
So we've got a consensus then, top of parking lot C,
Yep.
Hermosa Avenue, those two employee parking districts, so to speak. And then the question is, so right now it's 38 per month and 75? Well, we didn't raise this parking lot C last time. I recall that specifically. So, I'd be amenable to.
we raised
23, it says it was raised.
24.
23, no?
24 we increased. Oh wait, yes, 24.
23 is what the
I
report
think
says.
February of 23, yeah, was
Yeah,
last.
so we didn't in 24.
So we did it in 23 is,
So, I'm not opposed to a modest increase.
What's modest?
Just a reminder that, I mean, these folks are probably hourly employees that work in the service business that are,
I think we should.
and we're limiting their territories.
I don't
substantially
think
to
we
what
should
they
raise
have.
the parking fees every year, or even every 2, maybe every 3 to 5 years. I mean,
Well, things cost money. The LPR, everything costs money. And, a meter can generate over $30,000 a year, and we're giving it away at pennies a day, literally. So every parking space we subsidize as taxpayers, we're losing out on revenue. So I lived in D.C. It cost me $250 a month to park at work. So, when I drove. And I didn't drive very much, obviously. So
Currently, it's 38 a month and 75 a month?
Yeah. Yes.
45? Or 40. I mean, I don't care. I mean, it's up to you guys. If you don't want to raise it, you don't want to raise it. But again, everything costs money. You know, we can't continue with the great giveaway.
I mean, they're limited to the top floor only in Lot C, so, yeah, we're not giving them a,
That's premium. Lot
It-
C
it
is
is. It
premium
is. It
parking.
is.
That's $30,000 per meter that we are not collecting, just as a reminder.
I just think we're making a lot of changes to the parking. We ought to not overwhelm everyone.
yeah, we can look at it again next year, I guess, right?
Right.
Yeah, you know, raising it from 38 to 40 doesn't make any sense at all. It's, you know, I think we either leave it where it is for now, or,
Yeah.
yeah, I think probably leave it where it
Okay.
is. They are, you know, we're trying to accommodate them to have jobs here, and if it, you know, they make minimum wage, and they're not making that much money, and you're washing dishes someplace, and you got to pay an awful lot of money just to park here for that job, I think we should accommodate them in one way or another.
Well, you're helping the
Make it
business.
reasonable parking.
You're helping the business also. I mean, the more we
Yeah.
charge for parking, the more they have to pay their employees.
Right.
So
Yeah.
you can either be business friendly, or you can charge what the market bears and make it $200 a month.
I agree.
Okay.
Let's leave it for now.
So now we're on to the hours. Certainly 3 hours a day is
3 hours.
ridiculous, so now we're going to up the hours. What are we talking about as far as hours go for people to park? Any ideas? Anyone have any
I
ideas?
thought
on
we
this?
had decided on 6. That's not what was done.
We discussed it last time. I believe it was 6 months with another, or 6 hours with another 6 hours added on for a total of 12.
Okay.
Does that sound like a reasonable amount to go with?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Took care of that. I think. Does that cover everything?
I thought it was 6. I didn't recall an additional 6. So,
No, we're
think it-
changing from 3 hours to 6 hours as maximum
right,
hours.
6 hours max parking
Lots A, B, and C.
and D.
Oh, I thought you could
ND.
then
For
increase it for
Well,
another 6.
Essentially, they get 6 hours though from 2 until 5, I guess, because no one's enforcing it, so.
So we were going to be consistent with all parking lots,
Right.
6-hour parking,
I think the discussion last
A,
meeting
B,
was
C, D, 6 hours.
six
So
to eight.
I don't understand where you got the additional 6 from.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I thought
That's
we
something-
discussed 6 hours, and then on the app, you can add another 6 hours to it for a total of 12.
Oh,
I think it was confusing. We were talking about the app functionality, but I think the discussion was, what is the cap, the ultimate cap? And I'm hearing 6 hours total,
Yeah.
going from 3 to 6 total. So you cannot park more than 6 hours.
right.
I mean, I don't know. My feeling is that people should be able to park more than 6 hours. That allows them the opportunity to keep it there late at night if they want to pick it up in the morning before street cleaning or, other situations like that. So I think 12 is a good max.
As long as they're paying.
Well, there you
Yeah,
go.
no, they're paying.
Yeah, whether it's 3, 6, or 12, if they're outside that window, they're not paying, they're going to get cited. So
We'll have more data with this system, so we can adjust this in a year too, correct?
correct. I feel like there was push from the local business community down there that 3 hours, which was a relic of COVID, was somewhat restrictive to the current business. So I think the
Right.
impetus was, let's move it past 3, but whether it's 6, 12, 24, I think that's still TBD.
The reason I think there's more is like if you rent a bike, you come down and you rent a bike, you're gonna rent it for 5, say 6, 7 hours.
Yeah, all
You don't want to
day.
be
Right.
on a time clock.
And
the
then if you
last
want to go out
hour.
after that, you want to keep the
Yeah,
car
but
there.
if you want to go get lunch or something after your 6 hours or 8 hours of biking,
And a few of our businesses, downtown businesses, have set shows, take much more than 3 hours. You don't want to get up in the middle of Jay Leno to go out and move your car or pay more money. So 6 hours is a reasonable maximum parking instead of 3. 3 is from COVID days, which is ridiculous to keep it that way.
I think
So-
Councilor
so
Keegan
we
and
went to
myself were
3.
suggesting that 12 hours maximum is reasonable.
Well, I think so too.
Yeah, okay.
I'm okay with that.
Not 6, 12.
Yeah.
so 12, okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Detour, you have any input on that, or? Okay,
We can
so,
evaluate the data in a year if we don't
Day
think
at the beach, 12 hours, absolutely.
so
we're
I
getting money either way.
think we're all set on everything we needed to cover here.
If we are doing the quarterly Hermosa Beach pass, we did not discuss pricing on that. Because currently that's $175 annually,
Well, he would just divide it by
divided by 4.
quarters. Yeah. He can round up to 176 to make the math. 178, whatever, makes sense.
I'm not doing math on the floor.
Okay,
So the will is to keep the same price for the annual permit, just
Correct.
Just
Just
divide it to
quarter-
quarterly
quar-
payments.
Divided into quarterly.
Got it.
And when this comes back, could we discuss the potential of raising the lot fee? Not employee residential parking, but the actual metered fee for the parking lots themselves?
We are still waiting for Coastal Commission review, coastal staff review of the last meter increase.
Okay.
that's kind of another subject that we will be tackling then in the future.
Correct, if council
Yeah.
wishes to, yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So do we need to get a motion on the floor for this?
We do. You ready to make a motion there? Councilor
Sure.
Keegan, okay.
Well,
for it.
I make a motion to approve, let's look what the staff said first, I guess. So I make a motion to move all the employee parking to Lot C, upper level, and restrict the permit parking for the yellow meters to only Hermosa Avenue and not into residential areas, and create a new sticker for that area, and to allow for up to 12 hours maximum parking, and keep the rates the same, and quarterly payments for the employee meter program.
And then the 12 hours is for all 4 downtown lots, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Anything I missed, gentlemen?
I think you got it there.
Gentlemen?
12 across the board.
Across, everything's 12. Yeah.
Great. Is there a
Anything
second?
I missed? All right.
Second.
Motion's made by Councilman Keegan, second by Mayor Pro Tem.
Just clarification, will this clean program come back on consent, or is it, we're good with direction tonight?
I think I'm good with direction. We're good with direction, yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, let's call it.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, could we have a vote, please?
We didn't ask for public. Did we do that?
What's that?
Did we ask for public? Public comment? Did we ask for it?
We already did,
All right.
I believe. We had public comment already, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
sure
Correct, we did,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, the results are on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you please announce the results?
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Move right along.
Next is item 17C, which was continued, followed by item 17D, report on the city's parking regulations for areas surrounding Clark Field, City Yard, South Park, and Valley Park.
Okay, great.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we have CSO Supervisor Carlos Burgos, who'll present this report.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam City Manager, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Thank you for having me here today. I'm here to discuss parking regulations regarding Clark Field, South Park, Valley Park, and the City Yard. At the February 25th council meeting, staff was directed to return an informational report regarding parking just at Clark Field and the City Yard. Due to the similarities surrounding some of these other locations, we've included Valley Park and South Park in this report. Staff recommends that council receive this informational report today and provide direction if desired. The following slides will show aerial views of the locations, the number of spaces, and current restrictions in place. As you see here, this is the first aerial view of the parking lot behind Base 3 or Clark Field. Currently, there's a 12-hour limit with 28 public spaces. It also has a restriction, overnight restriction, daily, no parking 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. On Fridays, there's no parking between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. and farmers market vendors only between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. on Fridays. Here's another aerial view of the lot adjacent to Kelly Courts and the lawn bowling. Currently, we have here 48 available spaces with a 12-hour time limit. The restriction here is no parking on Thursdays from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. for street sweeping purposes. There's also a 2-hour limit for farmer market patrons on Fridays between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. The next two slides will show the parking on the east and west side of Valley Drive, just south of Clarkfield. Here we have a total combined spaces of 38 allowed spaces for public parking, and the only restriction there is no parking between 7 and 8 a.m. on Thursdays, and again, that's for street sweeping purposes. This does have also a 12-hour time limit. This next shot shows the small parking lot that's adjacent to City Hall. Currently, it's right off of Valley Drive. Currently, there's 5 spaces there with a 12-hour time limit, and the restriction is from Fridays from 7 to 8. South Park has 2 available parking spots, or parking lots. One on the east end of the park, one on the west end. Here we show the east end right off of Valley Drive, and there's 33 total spaces with a 6-hour time limit between the hours of 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. There's a street sweeping restriction on Thursdays between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. And there's daily restriction of no overnight parking between 10:30 p.m. and 5 a.m. The west end lot, you can be accessed off of Loma Drive here. There's 9 spaces with a 6-hour restriction or time limit that begins at 8 a.m. Currently, our city's park after-school program utilizes these 9 spots Monday through Friday between the hours of 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. There's also a no parking restriction or no overnight restriction between 7 p.m. and 8 a.m., and that's daily. Lastly, we show here the south-facing parking spaces adjacent to Valley Park off of Gould. We have a total combined spaces of 39 for residents and park patrons. There's no current time limit. There is a restriction on Monday between the hours of 8 a.m. to noon, and no overnight, just like South Park, no overnight parking between 10:30 p.m. and 5 a.m. This report is consistent with the city's general parking plan. And Mr. Mayor, this concludes my report for this evening. I am available for questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for putting this report together. It was requested by 2 council members, and now we're here to take a look at it and see if we want to give any guidance or direction to staff. I guess we need to be, it seems like a hodgepodge of different parking rules and regulations on each separate lot, which can happen. Nothing is that uniform, but we do need to be mindful of what it costs. Do you have any costs associated with what it costs to change signage if we're going to go and implement something, what it costs per sign and staff time and redoing the signs and things like that?
I could answer that, Mr. Mayor. Have that in my notes. Do you have that as well?
I currently do not have that.
Okay, no, I do have that, so if you'll just give me a minute.
With your new sign shop, you're going to do that on the weekends?
Right. So staff will be doing that in between, of course, their regular course of duty. But the figures that we have for the signs, I think initially we thought they were about $500 to $600 per sign. However, we do have a little bit more fine-tuned detail. So for instance, if all parking signage in the lots, such as A, B, and C, are changed, there are approximately 85 signs. So it just depends on the number of signs.
Yeah.
So it would cost for all of them $2,070. The material costs are $600, and then 14 labor hours for a maintenance team member at a level 2. That's about $1,470. That would be for all signs. It's a little hard to say per sign, but We do have a sign shop, so the production cost is fairly small. It's about $4 to $7 per sign, depending on what's required. But it's the installation, as I think
Yeah.
you've all
Okay.
understood and acknowledged earlier. That's the part that takes time.
So about 600 a sign, for including installation. Is that-
No. It's about $2,070. Well, per sign. No, I don't have the per
Yeah,
sign
okay.
amount.
All right.
But say it's $4 to $7 per sign to produce it. Minimum labor hours, it's about 2 hours to produce, clean, and then dry the existing surface where it needs to be applied, and then to install and overlay. So that's 2 hours.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just based on what you were just saying, do they take the pole down and put a new one in, or they just take the sign off, put new sign up?
The sign,
Just change the sign?
just the sign, yeah. And there's economies of scale, of course, so it's costlier just to do one sign, but
Well, right, it's like $25 a sign. Take it down, change it, and put it back up.
Employee
Everything.
costs, $25, that's about 10 minutes. Where are you coming up with 10 minutes to change a sign? I don't think so.
that's if you replaced all the signs,
Yeah,
right?
if you
So
replace them all on the same lot, it's not that
Yeah.
much time.
Actually, it doesn't take too much longer than that.
Yeah.
It's 2 bolts.
It's
we
probably
went through
about
this
5 minutes a
before.
sign.
5
Dean.
minutes a sign, okay. Great. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? To my left, to my right, any more questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public wishing to comment on this item this evening? Okay, no one has stood up. Is there anyone online, Madam City Clerk?
Mary, we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay, back to the council for deliberations. Anyone want to go first? Councilmember
Sure,
Jackson.
I'll start. Thank you. Appreciate the report. Thank you for the hard work. I know you guys, it's always a challenge, parking and parking enforcement. We know that we have a problem at some of our parks with a dozen or so folks who are monopolizing the parking. There's no easier way to say it than that. They are attuned to the chalking and the moving every 12 hours, and I think we should look at being consistent with the time that an individual or a vehicle can be parked at one of our parks. I like the 6 hours at Valley. I like the 6 hours at South. I think 6 hours at Clark would be consistent with that, with a requirement that you leave the parking lot so that you just can't move from one spot to the other and still essentially monopolize the parking. When we leave this building tonight, we're going to see 8, 9, 10, 11 vehicles parked on Clark that'll most likely be overnighting. So I think if we reduce that to 6, consistent with the no parking between 2 and 6 a.m., like we have at South Parks and Valley Park, that coupled with, I think, our anti-camping ordinance, I think will help us in the pursuit of better parking management and allowing people that are actually going to the parks to utilize the parks or to the Clark Building or wherever else to actually have a place to park that's not being monopolized by a dozen or so folks. So I like the 6 hours. I like the no parking between 2 and 6 to be consistent with the other parks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone on my left? I'll chime in that I'm hoping we can keep everything this way it is and see if our camping ordinance can be utilized, because I fear that it's just going to cause people to move from those spaces to the neighborhoods, and they'll be doing the same thing at the neighborhoods. So I don't know if it's going to solve the people camping in their cars if they move to neighborhoods to do it. So I question whether that's going to be effective, and just moving around all these changing signs and changing rules for when the camping ordinance can be utilized, and having them move to I fear having them move to neighborhoods and doing the same thing, so.
The no camping ordinance still applies if they move in the neighborhoods. So if they are no longer permitted to park at Clark and they choose to go on, Loma, the camping ordinance still applies.
Yeah, well, it applies on
But
Clark.
we no longer are giving anyone the opportunity to monopolize parking, even during the day. They are parking there for 12 hours of prime parking time when folks who will be wanting to go to Clark Building, play pickleball, or play baseball can't park because you have a dozen or so folks who are every single day monopolizing parking. And 6 hours is consistent with park usage. I've spoken to the folks at the Little League, and they were comfortable with that. I think folks who are visiting Clark Building would be comfortable with that. And I think the folks that live down in that area would be happy not to see the daily folks who monopolize the parking.
Okay.
For the,
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
thank you. For the people who are camping in their cars, good luck trying to find a parking place on Loma Drive. Honestly, there's no place to park.
They know where you live.
Yeah, and without a residential parking sticker, they won't last very long there at all. I kind of
They're
agree
gonna go
with this.
somewhere, though, huh?
Yeah, somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's a great idea. The no camping in your car business should really help quite a bit, but I don't see any problem with this. 6 hours seems fair. Would it be difficult to enforce that 6 hours, and after 6 hours you have to vacate the lot? Is that what you were suggesting?
Yes, sir.
Rather than just move to another space?
Right, because then they just play the
Yeah,
never-ending,
they play Russian roulette.
what they do now with 12 hours.
So is that difficult to enforce for the officers, sir?
Currently, our officers still use chalk for the time limits.
Right.
Once the AOPRs come into play, we'll have that technology. Unfortunately, people can wipe off chalks or back their car up a few times and the chalk will dissipate.
Yeah. I know sometimes I drive by in front of opposite Clark, and I see the officer there in the little Jeep thing, sitting there waiting for the time to come, and there's the same guy with 3 cars and the tarp over, doing the camping thing. And he's just waiting for the time, and then the guy gets in and he moves them around like this, and then after he waits and sees that he's done that, then he chalks him and then drives away. So I suppose this would not be any more work
Would not.
to enforce this rather
It would
than
not.
what we have now.
Yes,
Yeah, and,
you're correct.
okay, all right, thank you, appreciate that.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you. You mentioned car covers. I see car covers throughout the city.
Yes, sir.
Which I would suspect make your job that much harder. You don't know whether the car is licensed, whether it's stolen, whether it's...
That is correct. Typically, what our officers do now, if they come across a vehicle with a car cover, they'll lift the car cover up on the front side to make sure that there's a permit there and if it's valid. If there's something that they feel isn't right about the vehicle and it looks suspicious, they'll run the vehicle using our MDCs, and at that point we can get a hit if it's stolen, used in a crime, or if it's just a valid registration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you. I think at this point in time, we know who the offenders are of our current policy. I think until we get the next stage of our data and software and hardware rollout, I can't. Just the cost to replace these signs. I mean, our public works crews are doing so much other stuff. Our CSOs are already doing a lot of work. I think if we move them to a 6-hour window for these areas, it takes their focus on the residential areas, on Monterey, et cetera. I mean, there's finite resources of the CSOs who are on duty. We have a finite resources of our public works staff, and I think there's better usage of both of them. So until we have the hardware and software rollout, if we approve it, of course, I'm good just leaving it the way it is and seeing how the ordinance that I thought was going to be approved tonight would have worked, but we'll wait a couple months.
Can I ask a follow-up question on? Okay, sorry.
Councilmember Keegan, you haven't said anything yet?
Yeah,
You're on the fence here.
I agree with Mr. DeToy. We'll have more equipment, new data, and we won't have to change signs constantly, and maybe we can use our technology instead of changing signs constantly. So I think we should hold off. We got enough signs to change with, all around town right now.
Okay. Councilmember Jackson, did you have?
Thank you. Just a question. Changing signs from 12 hours to 6 hours to be more consistent with our other parks is not that heavy of a lift. And would it make your job enforcing the 12 hours or the 6 hours? What's more manageable for you as the guy on the street with the personnel doing the heavy lifting?
I think that's discretion at whatever time limits council would like to set. For us, currently, whatever you guys decide, we'll enforce. So if that is 6 hours or 12 hours or be it 18 hours, we'll make do with what we have, and we'll make sure that it's properly enforced.
Because the problem with the 12, as we all know, is we're going to drive down this street when we leave here, and the same folks that were parked there at 6 this morning are going to be parked there at 6 tomorrow. Then they are parked there every single day, 12 hours, and they just move to the next spot. So, part of the problem is we have made it comfortable because it's pretty generous to be in the coastal zone and that premium parking. And so part of the thinking, from talking to the folks who work with the folks that we're trying to help, is we have to make it less comfortable. And 6 hours and no 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. parking makes it a little less comfortable. And maybe that's going to be the nudge that person needs to finally accept the help and to let us help them get off the streets. So, it's really twofold in terms of monopolization, more access for folks who are trying to park and utilize the facilities, and a secondary benefit is, less comfortable for the folks that we're trying to help to get off the streets. So I think that's a huge consideration that we have to take into account.
Thank you. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Currently, if you have a residential parking sticker that's not valid in these parking lot areas, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there any idea, any acceptance of the idea of letting the folks who have residential parking stickers, either now or in the future, use them in those areas to park overnight? Residents, not campers, and not anyone else except those folks who already have those permits or will be getting them in the future.
Believe that all of these locations are outside of the impacted zone.
Yeah, Madam City
Yes.
Clerk, we can't change the impact zone.
So still the city manager.
I'm so sorry.
You keep trying to
I
promote
do it
me,
over
but
and over
that's
and over
okay.
again, don't I?
But we cannot expand the residential parking zone area.
No.
That's a coastal commission purview. And all of these areas are in the coastal zone, so would likely have to be reviewed there as well.
Okay, so I wasn't
On-
suggesting that
on-
we expand the residential parking, the critical zone, but allow those folks that live in the critical zone, which is adjacent to these lots, use that permit to park there. You understand what I'm saying? So you still can't get a
Right.
permit
It's still
if you
expanding it.
Yeah, you're not expanding the zone. We're just allowing them to use that sticker to park there.
Right, but practically speaking, being able to use that sticker in another area expands the areas that they are valid, and that's how coastal would view that. That
All right.
we, yeah.
Okay.
And
I
we
won't
could
open
look
another
at
can of
sometime in the future expanding that preferential parking zone, correct? We could consider that, or?
Our recommendation would be not to, as the messaging that we've gotten from coastal staff is that that was a one-off permit opportunity, and had they had that application before them in recent years, they would have denied it. So taking it to coastal, you could actually risk losing the program and losing the parameters that you currently have.
Wow.
What about issuing a different type of residential parking sticker, not in the critical zone, but out of the critical zone, for a resident to get a new sticker to park in any municipal parking lot?
About 40% of the city is in the coastal zone. So if council decides to create a residential parking permit program, but it's not in the coastal zone, it's in the remaining 55%,
Yeah.
that would be within your purview. It is a very difficult program to manage from a staff function standpoint for such a small geography. Strangely so, but it is a difficult, it's time consuming.
All right.
But
Well,
you could do it outside of the coastal zone.
Okay, well, let's not open that can of worms right now, so.
Mr. Mayor, one last thought, if I may.
Sure, go right ahead.
Some of these spots that are utilized, and I think we have encouraged employees on Upper Pier or even down on Pier Plaza to use in lieu of paying for a parking pass. And mind you, those shifts might be 8 or 10 hours in the restaurants or the retail area. So I have seen workers either walking down pier from wherever they parked or they took a bus. We don't know, but we do run a risk of that. Is someone who's using it for employee parking downtown. But so again, I'm good just receiving this report and not making any changes.
Okay. Would you like to make that motion?
Well, if there's no consensus to limit it at all, would you at least consider the no parking between 2 and 6? Because again, we are fostering behavior that is making it very comfortable for folks to continue to take advantage of the very generous parking that we have.
Will our camping in a car ordinance eliminate that?
It should.
Well, we hope. I mean, the camping ordinance is not a panacea, but to the extent that they no longer can park between 2 and 6, or they can only park for 6 hours. Again, we're renting out that Clark building, and the last thing those folks want to do when they want to be able to park and not look at the ratty vehicles that are out there car camping overnight. And you're going to knock on the door, and they're not going to answer when you knock on their door because they're camping. So but if they can't park there, it makes the CSO's jobs easier, and it gives us the ability to help these folks, nudge them to get the help they need. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you. If there's no more other discussions, Madam City Clerk. Oh, wait, we had a motion by Councilmember Detoy. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. No further discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Motion
can
was
we
to
repeat-
receive and file the report. Thank you.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me? Thank you. You're all set? Okay. Super.
The clerk is fine right now.
Madam City Clerk, could we have a vote? Okay, the vote's on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you please announce the vote?
Motion carries, noting Councilmember Jackson absent from the vote.
Okay, one member absent. And now we're on to 17E.
Item 17E, report on the role of the mayor and mayoral powers in running council meetings and report on voting options for city officials.
Thank
Is
you.
there a brief staff report?
There
or-
sure is, Mr.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
and a brief PowerPoint. Thank you very much, Madam Senior Office Assistant. So these are my 2 items tonight. And as Madam City Clerk explained on the 2 identified topics. Next slide, please. By way of brief background, the City Council, sorry, could you go next slide? At its September 10th and 24th meetings, requested a report regarding the role of mayor as chair of the City Council and running City Council meetings. And then, of course, voting options for city officials during an item. Next slide, please. So the rules of procedure are found in City Council Resolution number 24-7414. They apply not only to the City Council, but also all subsidiary boards and commissions. In pertinent, they explain that the meeting shall be conducted in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, except as otherwise required by the resolution, state law, or the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code. And in the event of a conflict, those would govern, i.e. the state law, Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, or other provisions of our resolution in the event of a conflict. would govern. And while we'll get to it later, officials have 3 voting options when voting on a motion: yes, no, or abstain, or aye, nay, abstain, whatever vernacular you would like to use. Next slide, please. So the mayor serves as the presiding officer of the city council meeting, of all city council meetings, excuse me. Section 47-7 of Robert's Rules lists 11 duties, official duties of the mayor as the presiding officer. I'm not going to list them all, but kind of impertinent to running the meeting, explain that the mayor shall recognize members, to give them the floor to speak, state the questions and put it to a vote, enforce order and decorum, and expedite business. Section 47-19 further kind of explains more of a policy narrative behind the presiding officer, and impertinent states that the presiding officer, i.e. the mayor, should have knowledge of the rules but be fair, should not take advantage of the rules or anyone's lack of knowledge thereof of parliamentary law, and kind of the key point of these are basically to conduct the meetings in an efficient and orderly order, in an efficient order, and not attempt to subvert the will of the majority of the body by use or knowledge of procedural rules. Next slide, please. And so while all members should be familiar with our rules, the mayor is tasked with applying them, the procedural rules, and most importantly, making the initial ruling. Once again, that is subject to overrule by motion of the body, but any procedural rule as ruled upon by the mayor goes unless there's a motion and then a reversal by the body. Robert's Rules does call for a less active mayor. However, this is not a hard and fast rule. And our resolution, of course, allows the mayor to fully participate via voting mechanisms, deliberations, etc. Next slide, please. So now getting on to voting. The rules regarding voting allow officials 3 options to vote. Section 40, once again, yes, no, or abstain. Robert's Rules, Section 45-3, codifies the right of an abstention and states that although it is a duty of every member who has an opinion on a question to express it by his vote, he can abstain since he cannot be compelled to vote. According to Robert's Rules, abstention votes do not count as yes or no, and as a rule, abstentions do not count and do not affect the outcome of a vote. Next slide, please. As duly elected members of the city council, your ultimate responsibility is to the voters of the city. Any policy requiring or saying, hey, we want an explanation for any vote or abstention requires voluntary buy-in from all council members. The council members' deliberative process and reasoning is highly protected. It cannot be pierced, so it would basically be a voluntary program or adoption of the policy by the city council. Next slide, please. So in considering anything moving forward, such as an amendment to that resolution, note that there's not going to be really any formal enforcement procedures either by myself, by Madam City Manager, or even you guys as a body. It's really up to each member to abide by it. And so any change would need to be with the clear understanding that it would be voluntary only, and that the only recourse would simply be a statement that the policy exists and should be applied. No formal punitive measure can be enforced. Once again, the responsibility of you guys is ultimately to the voters of the city. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, staff recommends you receive the report. And if there's any direction, provide that. That concludes my presentation, Mr. Mayor. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that informative briefing on Robert's Rules and the role of the mayor in conducting our meetings. Any members of the body have any questions? No questions of staff? Yes, Councilmember Keegan.
I'm kind of confused as to why this was even brought forward, because it was brought forward by a vote of 2 people and one's no longer on the council. Why did we bother wasting time on this?
Once again, I will defer to your description of it. In the way that our resolution reads, there is no basic statement that just because someone leaves the council, they're requested to bring back is somehow vitiated. So as a way to treat all requests fairly, that is why it's back.
Okay. Yeah, because this is another policy program that can't be enforced, and it's like our communication policy, and basically, if you said, why didn't you abstain, I could say, because I didn't feel like it.
Okay. You have any other questions?
I mean, it's just a waste of time. No questions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from the council chambers wishing to step up this evening and speak on the subject? Okay, don't see anyone. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone online?
We do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay, no one online. Bringing it back to the council as a whole, is there a motion to receive and file this?
I'll make a motion to receive and file.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any other deliberations? Madam City Clerk, could we please have a vote? Okay, the vote is on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you please announce the vote?
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're up to our last agenda item, future agenda items, our favorite topic. I'll start out with one. I've been informed that the Metro Board in the next few months may be deliberating on the route of the Green Line extension, and this city council has never officially taken a position on it. There may have been some other pieces of correspondence that indicated as such, so I thought that now would be a good time for this city council to add this to an agenda item to take action, to take a position on the route of the Metro Green Line. It's either the Hawthorne route or the right-of-way route through the neighborhoods, or take no position on it. That would be my recommendation.
I'll support that.
Okay, we have a second. Do we have a third
I'll
one?
support that.
We have a third, so that makes it an action item. Okay, anyone else have any? Yes,
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I do have a future agenda item, and I'd like to first start off with one very important word. I'm going to bark for a park. I am seeking support to add a future agenda item to the Parks and Recs agenda to begin a study for a dog park in Hermosa Beach, which will ultimately result in a CIP as recommended in the Parks Master Plan.
I'll second that.
Do I have a third support as an action item?
Yes. Well, do we need,
Well, no, we don't, actually.
It's going to
I want
Parks.
to go directly to Parks and Rec.
Can we make that referral this evening without even putting it on the agenda?
Yes, you can, Mr. Mayor.
So it would be a general referral to refer this subject to the Parks and Recs Commission for further, and it's up to them whether they want to form a subcommittee, come up with extensive investigation and look into it and figure out where to go ahead on the future of a dog park, and that would be great.
And I would hope that they would work with this group that came tonight. They've done a
absolutely.
lot of work already. I think it's obviously under the purview of the Parks and Rec Department, so I'd like to send it directly to them. And I realize that the CIP list is long, and there's a pecking order that we have to deal with, but there's no reason why we couldn't put it on their agenda as soon as possible and get the ball rolling so that subcommittee, whatever happens,
Absolutely.
can begin immediately.
Yeah, and I think that's, great. They can work. It might take a few months to get the tweaks worked out, but boy, if we have a direction to go on with that to the city council later, I think that's a great idea. Do we need a vote on that, or is that just a direction to refer to the?
If we have, were you in favor of that?
Yeah,
Well, I
we
know,
don't
but
need
if
it.
we
I
have
guess we're
3 or
just-
4,
yeah.
a majority, then
Okay.
then it's a done deal. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Anyone else have any other future agenda items? Councilmember Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, the last Parks and Recreation meeting, the Hermosa Beach Open event producer, Mr. Palui, was talking about the importance of a partnership with the city, and I think one of the things he was discussing is different from what we have in a typical LTA. One of the commissioners basically said that we should have greater ownership of the Hermosa Beach Open, and I tend to agree with that. With that in mind, I'm seeking support for staff to facilitate a discussion with the relevant parties to clarify the roles of our Parks and Rec Commission and event producers in our partnership, whatever that is. Basically, what I'm trying to do is understand our current status with the Hermosa Beach Open and how a partnership differs from an LTA, because I always was under the impression that we were partnering with in this case, the event producer to put on our Hermosa Beach Open. So I think there needs to be some clarification on that and what support we can and can't provide.
I will support that.
I have a question, Mr. City Attorney. Do we own the name Hermosa Beach Open, or is that still not clear?
Our application with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office has been submitted. I won't get into the nuances of ownership of IP. There's something called a kind of a general law that you can make a claim that you do own it. Obviously the trademark registration with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office is kind of that's what you want, and so we have submitted that. I feel a little bit uncomfortable right now pontificating on the arguments that we may have that we own it. Once again, let's just leave it that we have submitted it to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. We're awaiting their response.
So this item, I guess, could be related to that issue as well? Or if we have two events, which one's an open? I mean, I don't know.
As I heard Councilmember Jackson, I don't believe that this is going to play that big of a role. And the last thing I want to do is delay anything while the ball's no longer in our court. The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office is not known for being very fast. So I don't want to say hold off on everything until we hear back from them because I'm not sure when we may.
Do we still have one?
Yeah, that's a good point, Councilmember Keegan. As of right now, I understand that there's still an ongoing concern and they're processing our application, but that may delay it. Yeah. So no, Mr. Mayor, when I heard Councilmember Jackson's request, it may minorly affect that one, but his was kind of more of a broader.
And I don't want my questions to account for any deliberations on this, but there still is a possibility of having two Hermosa Beach Opens in the future, correct? Because we have the AVP or other professional organizations that might come in, and there's a possibility of having two of them.
Correct. As I sit here today, I'm not aware of any and I'll defer to Madam City Manager, any legal prohibition on that, but I will defer to Madam City Manager on that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, isn't it pretty much impossible to hold an Hermosa Open in Hermosa Beach without our permission?
That wasn't it. It's whether we can have two a year or one a year, or whether we own it, or all that. I guess that's.
But I mean,
with
two different producers could put it on with the same name.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't have a Hermosa Open without Hermosa Beach. Actually, you can have the Hermosa Open in Ohio if you wanted to, I suppose, but.
The idea is the producer doesn't have an exclusivity to that title.
That's right.
Okay,
yes.
that's all.
Yeah.
That's it, Aaron.
Okay. We're all set on that. Anything else?
Public comment. Adjournment.
Before we adjourn, I'd just like to announce that.
Mr. Mayor, I do believe since we did go out of time, Madam City Clerk, we may have public comment.
As I said, public comment. Public comment.
We did receive one speaker card from John Burry for the second public comment opportunity. Although
Apologize for forgetting about that. We used up our 30 minutes earlier, and thank you very much for hanging around this evening. Yeah, first time ever we've gone up to the 30, and now we are back to public comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry for
no problem. Thank you for hanging
for an
in
extra
there.
2 minutes. I'll try and keep it brief. I want to talk to you about an issue of transparency, which directly and indirectly involves city officials, and I want to try and enlist your help to resolve this issue sensibly. As you know, two PACs were formed to argue the merits of the sales tax measure HB. The PAC that was formed against Measure HB has filed every cent, every dollar in accordance with political campaign finance guidelines. The campaign for the measure, which involves donors who sat on this council and includes the bargaining unit of city staff and the Hermosa Beach Police Association, has not made its filings timely or fully. So let me explain. It has filed so far for income donations of $8,100. 4,000 of that came from former council member Massey. 5,000, 4,000 of which was granted as a loan. And magically, 1 week after Justin Massey's loan, $4,000 appeared from the Hermosa Beach Management Association and the Hermosa Beach Police Association. That is fine. It's unusual, but it's not illegal. The other donor who's a resident of the city is Eric Oakes, who is the treasurer of that PAC. And he's also on the City Manager Civic Facilities Group. So the only people who are involved in that PAC are closely connected to the city, and the person who fronted that PAC is the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce and a prominent business owner. I think it's an issue where the residents deserve to know where all the money came from and where all the money went to, because they have only filed expenditures of $722, even though they raised $8,100. That's unusual, but to add to that, we know that they had expenditures that have not been filed. And those expenditures at least included Facebook advertising that was run through the political ads campaign page of Tony Hale, who is Councilman DeToy's campaign manager. So you see what I'm saying? I think I would like you to urge what I believe are city surrogates to do the right thing and make their filings. They didn't make timely filings in October when they were supposed to, and they have failed to make their semi-annual filings that were due on the 31st of January. So the FPPC can opine about this, but I think it's important for trust and transparency that you make sure that those that are connected to you, to whom you donated or whom you're associated with, please nudge them and just say, make your filings and let us see where all the money came from and all the money went to. Because at the moment, the only expenditure is $500 that went to the business that is owned by the Chamber of Commerce chairman, and a further $222 in mailing fees. But we know there were other expenditures. So all I'm asking for is a level playing field, some honesty and some transparency and openness. And please, we should not be granting favors or privileges to people who did the work of advocacy on behalf of the city. We had a debate previously about where the line was drawn on advocacy. This is advocacy. So please,
Thank you very much.
let's have some openness. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the council chambers wishing to speak during this second portion of our public comment? I don't see anyone. So could I just ask a question based on the comment? We do track the reports from PACs within the city, but once they're later behind, we don't do anything about it. It's up to the FPCC to take action. Is that, as I understand it?
So it is up to the FPPC, and all the PACs are provided the information with the city clerk through the city clerk's office, so they are aware of the rules. We don't legislate that. We don't enforce that directly here.
Right, okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Before we adjourn, I want to announce that March 24th, next Monday, the 2 Mondays coming up will be my next town hall forum from 6 to 8 p.m. here in the council chambers. And then April 10th, we have scheduled the State of the City in the community building, 5:30 begins a happy hour with 6:45 is when the State of the City speech will be made. So thank you very much, and this meeting is now adjourned. 10:30.